Not sure how long it's going to hold. Not sure how long it's going to hold. Warning lights everywhere. Abort! 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 We've lost Tom. We've lost Tom. Look out. Look out. It's out of control. It's out of control.
And good evening, folks. This is Urux, otherwise known as Richard David, with the date. And of course, today is now 11/11. Make a wish. Make a wish. Make a wish. It is now 11/11, the 24th of March, 2022. Make your wish, because we're going to have a very interesting show coming up in just a few seconds. Just make sure my sound is okay. So just give me a second. Sound check, sound check, sound check. And it's still 11/11. So perfect. And on with our show. I know it was a very difficult couple of weeks, especially this week past with all the politics going on. It's still 11/11. You still get a few seconds in there. And also thank God for giving us the breath of life in another day. So, today's blog I titled Uncle Tom Boulé and Predators Enginiggering MK Babies and Dark Coin. Now, the reason why I use such a word like engineering is because that's what it really is, right? If we consider the decades of propaganda and the kind of training that we were getting, even in our own schools, right? We know, and we've heard it before, at least in my generation, I could say the education that we did get was rich. However, it's not perfect, right? Because we also have to deal with a lot of the propaganda and the pop culture that was coming around for that time. So this shows basically an example. Oh, hold on. Just want to make sure my volume's down as I'm just monitoring. Yeah, so I would say engineering is that it's that word, right? Like engineering. I was like getting so used to saying it, but just like engineering, it's like we see what's going on now with all this biological rumor of terror, like we've heard maybe 25, 6 years ago, back in the 90s, and then back in the middle of the early 20th or 21st century with weapons of mass destruction, right? So all of this is by design, and it is engineered. Now, when it comes to the melanated people out there like ourselves, oh man, we've been engineered like for like over 30 years now, especially when it comes to hip hop and stuff like that. And I'll explain a little bit more. So, as we start the week, I just want to let you know this type of blog I'm doing is a Gen Xer perspective as to what's going on. So that means most of us who were born, let's say, from was it every 20 years? So 45 to 65, those are boomers. 1965 to 1985 are Gen Xers, and 85 to 2005 Y and Z, and of course that all we all fall under millennial, because we were if you're talking, if you were born at the end of the 20th century, which is after the 50s, right? We're literally at the cusp of being coming of age in the millennium, and this is what the case is. So we're also a very young bunch, right? Because we've seen so much happen in front of us. So we are, I would say, we are Generation Rocker also, because that was still a base to everything else that was spawned off, whether it be reggae, whether it be punk and hip hop. So this show is for the mundane. And when I say for the mundane, I mean the folks who are not, I'm not here to bring down the sisters or the brothers, and I'm not here also to promote what we unconsciously do as a people. Like the Israelites, we have so much to learn as Israelites, and that's the beauty. And I want to give a shout out to those channels. However, at the same time, we see a lot of we're buying into this. We are not monolithic. I hear that kind of talk, right? We're allowed to think different thoughts and be who we are. And in fact, that's the furthest from the truth because we're not that free and we have never really been free and we have absolutely no rights. That's what, this type of blog is here for that, right? You can have, and I'm not knocking the other shows or anything, but of course, being someone who's seen the development of our so-called black culture and everything else that came out of that in the especially the last 50, 60 years, well, I think it's about time we address some of it, right? Because it isn't helping us and it's not getting any better. So this show is about that. And if anything, if young people out there want to hear a bit more about the generation just before, by all means, even though many folks are, how shall we say, disappointed, right? There's still hope. So I'm old school rocker, black guy, bro, as we would say. You're gonna hear that word bro a lot from the old school. And it's not just about the invention of race that I want to cover here, right? Because like I was saying, you have other shows that are great, but I notice we have a lot of like the thing with the sisters. I think that's pretty abhorrent, right? How we have men out there, blowing up our sisters, and then we have sisters blowing up the men, and the politics of even so-called black culture, which is all coming from hip hop, right? So, because at least in the last 4 years, that's what I could say our children were born into, but that was a spin-off from what we started. So I'm not knocking hip hop when I say drop the hop, also as a hashtag. But I'm hoping we can get some inspiration to maybe evolve and break this spell, or maybe a curse for some, because face it, 30, 40 years of generations up until recently, rappers, like we never thought 40 years ago that black guys, especially bros, were gonna get shot for fucking singing music. And I'm gonna try not to swear much, but it will come out because of my passion, right? And here we are, like kids who weren't even born last week getting popped off. So, I mean, we got to kind of be held accountable for that. And especially what we see today in social media with all of this dissing. One thing about all the other tribes, races, and all that, they don't do this much airing out like we do. Even when it comes to like, what we call new black media, there's so much freaking drama. Holy crap. You don't see Asians having, I mean, it's not all perfect. Everywhere has their thing. But even I have to say it's not even all blacks, but I have to say it's in the Americas. The Americas, because of the machines that make the propaganda and put out the stuff like that. These are the machines that the rest of the world gets. So how they see image really reflects what comes out of North America, and they stick to it. So I'm here to kind of break this illusion, right? As it's stated here in my blog, it's not just about race or the rapture, right? Because it's still today. Now, God spare life. If anything happens, to anyone tomorrow, and life is like that, right? In the meantime, you still have to apply and survive. So this blog is, I'm sharing information here that you could either look up, you can research with a little news. And I don't want to be too, like I said, I see a lot of this kind of era of positivity, but at the same time, it's negative because we don't really know who's being owned by who's bucking for who. By the way, Buck Breaking is a great documentary. I recommend you see that. A lot of people can't handle that documentary. I like to cover a little more on the whole subject. What is bucking? Well, in a nutshell, it goes way back to when, let's say, even with the whole slavery thing, right? With the dates according, particularly in the era of the, uh, I would say, what is it? Early America, right? When they were bringing slaves, breeding farms were very popular or the norm or law or whatnot, and that would be slaves basically who didn't have education because nobody was reading or writing, right? Everyone had their own vibes. They would, hey, farm them. So you'd have the guy, the stallion, and you'd have the women. It's very much like what we call today probably trafficking, right? But it was stable, and these people were treated like that. So yeah, and that still goes on today. So when we do talk about raptures and issues with with us people as a black race, I just have to say, well, we got to kind of, it's not so difficult that we make it appear to be, right? We can scream, we could talk, we could put on all these, this stuff and talk about, hey, we should get together, we should get together. However, we're not supporting each other enough to do anything or even to come together. So part of that solution, I feel, is that it's all about a reprogramming as usual, right? So we're going to look a little bit into that, going back with this the popular MK Ultra. We're just going to take a quick look into a few things. So yeah, the creation of illusion, old school, all right, before Ebonic Rick Chill Out James, because believe it or not, we started talking about the Ebonics thing. Now, when I was growing up, yeah, we had always the interesting catchphrases of the time, right? Like Skidoo 22, that actually is 100 years old, right? Skidoo 22, that's what people were saying back in 1922. Look that up. But as time went on, you get all different kinds of catchphrases and boogie woogie. And the 50s, uh, I would think cool came in. Yeah, it did come in the 50s, but people were actually probably saying it more into the even the 60s, late 60s, 70s it went nuts because of the resurgence of the 1950s nostalgia for the generation who would have been in their 30s, for the baby boomers, right? So cool, and then groovy, and then hey, give me five, and then and hey, that's pretty groovy, we would say, but we were too young for that, right? That's like early 70s. But by the mid 78, eh, you had dynamite, but nobody was saying dynamite. It was more, Ebonics, at least for what was going on in the United States, wasn't as, I would say, even horrible like today, right? Once again, we're going to look into why that literacy went down, right? Because laws were changed even into the 80s, and we're going to look at that too. I'm going to show you an example of when that change happened, why people started calling each other the N word. So, yeah, Rick James started with Chill Out. He said it at the Grammy Awards, if I'm correct. That was the same year, if I'm correct, Michael Jackson did the moonwalk. This is 1982, 83. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so when we saw that, that was amazing. But even the method of ebonics didn't come up, because even when hip hop was starting to come, a lot of that ebonics, we were, even in Canada, everywhere, we were emulating what was happening in the Bronx, right? And Brooklyn and Bronx, right? Jersey. So we started mimicking that, identifying with it. But in the early days, at least in the 80s, it wasn't a common like it is today, right? Because we're so stuck on hip hop culture, which, hey, it's cool, but it's time to grow up, because it started when we were kids, and the mentality of it was about young people. While it's cool, many of us grew up and kind of, we didn't drop it, we grew with it, we still appreciate it. But even for someone who's my age, in my 50s now, and anybody still doing it today, right, after all these decades, we can say now, I don't know, right? Something's got to give, because we don't own any of it. That's the catch. At least if we owned it, like how Sam Cooke wanted to do, or Otis Redding, or many of the hundreds of brilliant artists who should have owned it or patented it, right? We see what happens. So maybe this is just a sweet spot moment where we should actually start not only looking at the history, but at the same time studying what happened. Look at the timeline, because it's not so. The 90s wasn't that freaking far ago. Okay, and if anyone like young people, that's another thing. We sold youth so hard, young children so much as a market also that today, if you're 10 and above, you're already old. So the 1990s, it promoted a lot of illiteracy, right? Because the education of the 70s, even on what they call public broadcasting, that stuff, that was out kind of out the door by the 80s. So the reading and the topics and like even you notice like a lot of the puppet shows, right? They got weirder and the concepts got wider and they were no longer reading and saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It was more like they got into the more environmental, which is okay. And then as we see today, it started to get a little politically active and a little left and more to the left. And so now, hey, you got hardcore rapping drill puppets that are, crossbred, as we can say, right? Because that means, they could be different creatures. So, but a lot of this was happening in the 90s, and one popular time, and of course, we're talking about freedom of speech, uh, was a time in the 1985 to be exact, when Frank Zappa and Dee Schneider, they went to have this big verbal discussion and movement to essentially have the right to cuss, swear, do bigger adult things within the pop culture that was very teenage. So people were not saying the N word. So this is like, oh yeah, 30 years ago? When was this written? Okay, this was written in 2015, right? So it's nearly, so it'd be a minute now, right? And so I was a public enemy. 30 years ago, the singer gave testimony to the Senate to fight censorship. Looking back, he says he'd do it all over again. So when we saw the video games come around, right? When you saw the what do you call it? Well, yeah, GTA, right? And a lot like I played that when I was in my recovery in the 2000s. I started to take up getting back into game, right? Because it was nothing new to anyone in my generation. We played them all. We invented it, as I say. G, GTA, Grand Theft, what sir? Because I want to be careful about how I say things, and you know what I mean. Grand theft, what sir? Lato, grand theft. I This is like how long that game's been around, like since the like 90s. I never knew it was about a bro getting out of jail. A bro getting out of jail, and yeah, and part of his whole thing is he's got a like pimp and he's got a hoe. I'm like, what? I started playing this in like that same time, like 2000, 2010. So it started from here. And then they started to put the 18 plus stickers. So yeah, Twisted Sister were riding high in 1985 because they had a few hardcore songs. You have to look up and hear them for yourself. Rock You, right? And all that. We're not gonna take it. That's the one where the video where the old. Okay, so you have this teenager, right? When we were teen, like what, 15? The kid was my age. The video essentially was his old man, who's a boomer, probably a little older, but I'd say a boomer. He's like, oh, that noise, and what is he doing? And he says, hey, I want to rock, boom, and blows the crap out of the old man in the house, right? So that's what that's all about. So that was the angst of the new teenager of the 80s, right? Because no kids was disrespecting their parents like that. Even if you had previous people of that era, let's say like the 60s, they're like, oh, those hippie kids. Nah, even then, there was like a line to, you couldn't cross. So in 1985, when they got wind that a committee calling itself Parents Music Resource Center had singled them out along with a handful of other artists for ostensibly making obscene music, right? And the previous year, the Masquerade Headbangers had put out Stay Hungry, an album that had quickly gone double platinum on the strength of anthems like I Wanna Rock and We're Not Gonna Take It. So, but nevertheless, the PMRC, a committee formed by the spouses of influential people in Washington, D.C., including future Second Lady Tipper Gore, felt that the latter song invoked violence and included it on the Filthy 15, a list of what It considered to be the most offensive songs of all time. Now, when this happened, this is 1985, right? Even I could say I was a little surprised. Like kids, like teens, when we were teens, when we heard a song about a virgin, like a virgin, right? I remember, and this is like 82 after Sidewalk Talk, 83, right? And the same time with the Michael Jackson Moonwalk and Rick James saying chill out, right? And it was just everything about what is today happened from that date, right? So when the great artist known as Madonna came out, Madonna Jockey, and she starts rolling on the floor like a virgin for the very first time, all this business at the end. So people were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe!" And she's singing, but nobody even thought about the title of the song, "Touched for the Very First Time." Anyways, so that kind of Pandora's box was already open. Rick James would give it to me, right? It just was a big crossover, more so than any other period. Just a few years before that. I mean, we were 1981. We were listening to "Sailing" from Christopher Cross, man. And yes, everybody like black people. We listen to all the AM hits. This is why I'm always amazed when I see the thing with this whole thing with hip hop, right? Because even when I was growing up, you could, it was funk, there was soul, there was disco, there was rhythm and blues. Yeah, and you could have liked anything, but notice we haven't had anything else outside of what this monopoly is now. And I have to admit, it's too bad because I could look back now and say, yeah, this was already well constructed, right? Because we could have still listened to someone by the name of Nat King Cole, look him up. Your kids would be too scared, or maybe you'd just be too, you'd be so overwhelmed because you'd be like, I didn't know we could do this. So let's get back to that. So within months, porn rock, that's what they called it, porn rock, and then of course heavy metal started coming out. And okay, nutshell. Today you probably you won't see it. No, it's actually known as I guess they would say tacky or commercial of the time. But by 1985, and I'm going to go into hairstyles real quick. All right, so the 70s, by 72 the long hair was cut out. By 77, it was more like, men, they were not cutting their hair short like the early 60s, like buzz cuts and pompadours, but they were letting it grow mid, right? They were not cutting over this. So this is 70s, right? And black men and people, women, afros were there. But even by 77, we cut our hair, man. We wasn't busting afro all the way into like what you see on TV, right? By 1976, 7, it was starting to go down. And by 8, 78, 9, 80, jerry curls. Straightening and jerry curls. That's what was going on. That early, even by the time Michael got on, well, he kind of really, I would say he set the trend for everyone else to get their hair curled and, curl up their afro. But there was still a fro jerry curl happening just before that. So the afro disappeared and became a fro jerry curl, and then went into hardcore jerry curl. And so what was happening also with on the other side with our precious brothers on the rock and roll hardcore metal side, right? The everyday side, the popular side. Uh, by mid 80s, the mid hair, the sort of mid range hair, they got into the specialization of cutting it like we call flock of seagulls. You have to look them up. But this was a band that started using hairspray, and anyways put wings in their hair. And so that business started happening in the 80s. Don't forget, by the 70s, even by early 70s, David Bowie and a lot of bands were into the like Kiss. They were into the makeup. They were into what they call glam, which was lots of makeup and all this business and gender bending, as we would say. That's what happened. So by 1985, when these guys came around and this but okay, so the 80s was Christopher Cross, and then it was funky, but then rock music and it was just kind of dying out right there, literally, because everything got pop. You had Hall and Oates, you had all these other poppy bands. So hardcore rock was kind of out, like The bands like we call Led Zeppelin and all that, it wasn't the same. But then it started to change, and as it changed, uh, I guess it had to make a comeback. And part of that comeback, especially when you had people like Michael Jackson coming out and like, what's all this black music? MTV came around, and then next thing you know, you had these guys come with what was supposed to be the extra rebellious rocker of the '70s with the long hair, but these guys had their hair permed. It was like rocker on steroids. So that's when they had, they were wearing tights and all that. So yeah, so that's what was going on. So this was the band that made that happen. So porn rock was the movement because a lot of the rock, like Pour Some Sugar on It, all these bands like Cinderella came around and, et cetera, et cetera. You look them up. Bon Jovi, some are beautiful songs because we used to slow dance on them. That's the thing we used to do when we were young. And that there's no slow dancing now because people don't even club anymore and they probably can't dance together. But anyway, they made good songs, and lots of women fell in love with them. And oh, you talk about rappers using girls and whatever and all this business. You should see what or hear the stories about what these guys used to. Girls used to throw panties. Anyway, so porn rock was part of it in the '90s, in the mid '80s to the '90s. And then they had something called the Satanic Panic, which was a sort of a resurrection of '70s babies who were now becoming of age, and they were, into religious cults and Satanists by default. So back to Tipper Gore, who's the wife of Al Gore. For Schneider, it was a chance to show the world that he was not the dumb, aggressive metalhead palooka he felt the PMRC thought he was. Right? And so so there is footage. I'm going to show you that actually because I don't want to get into too long to reading and keep us too long tonight. But it's just to give you an idea as to where the history of this started. Like when people say, "Oh, well, who can say the N word?" It's only been a little over 20 years, 25 years that I remember even like okay when NWA came out, even that was like okay. I asked my white friends were like, "Yeah, you hear the new NW? What's that?" Well, they couldn't say it then, but they were like, "Oh, check it out, it's niggers with attitude." What? I was like, we actually have a band, a black band, not like the Gap, not like the Temptations. It's niggers with attitude. Unheard of for a bunch of kids that were all born in the same time, right? So you look up the history of as how that started and who ran that propaganda, right? So Miss Gore claimed that one of my songs, Under the Blade, had lyrics encouraging sadomasochism, bondage, and rape. Snyder said in the pointed turn of his testimonies. The lyrics quoted have absolutely nothing to do with these topics. On the contrary, the words in questions are about surgery and the fear that it instills in people. Uh, I could say categorically that the only sadomasochism, bondage, and rape in this song is in the mind of Miss Gore. So that's how that started, right? So yeah, it was quite. I was one more year before I graduated, so I was in the what we call it's been that long secondary four in Quebec. And even Montreal, we had five secondaries. So yeah, it was about 16, and so this made news. So let's take a quick look as to how that happened. And of course, once again, thank you for tuning into the date. Uh, I'm here right now. 11:11 is the magic hour. And of course, this is a data jockey streaming educational, factual, unadulterated lessons from world Black history, finding solutions to surviving basic instructions before leaving the planted earth. Informational documentary streaming, historical, educational media. So definitely pop by. And you can also, if you can't get this on YouTube, the way to go these days is always have a backup. So I also have the date link on my blog. I'm also to be followed on Facebook, Patreon, Odyssey. I'm on Reddit, Twitter, Rumble. Gab is a pretty sweet, different alternative if you're not into Facebook. Some people are. Facebook I'm on, BitChute, Blagnuff, Bantube, one of the best Afrocentric tubes around. And when I say Afrocentric, I mean it's something that you know folks like us can actually put out there without even having any ban or any censorship, and that's what we need most of all. So it's always good to have a backup. right? So that's what my channel is. And I also want to give a shout out to a lot of the folks that I do watch. So I'm just gonna scroll down quickly, and you can just take a look, like Gina Maria, ready to glare, RFT, KO, some of these names interesting. Israel News Live. As I scroll down, Dr. Shauna Etienne, Cheyenne Lynn, they're both amazing reporters. Professor Black Truth, bless up, Baba Rashon Live. Here's like the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing is because this gentleman here, if I'm correct, is in his mid 60s, 70s, and hey, full wisdom, right? And there's a few others here. Indisputable. This kid here, Cognac, yes. BNC News, best films. This guy's the man if you want to know where the world's gonna go. That's all I can say. Because he was one of the bankers. Bankers, gangsters, right? Kelly J, Tony Lynn. I learned so much and he helped me keep my sanity during the last couple of years because it helps to have doctors that can tell you the truth, right? They're white. Days of Noah, big up. K Money. Grandmaster J has a trial date coming up in April, so let's be on the tune for that. The UICs, the classrooms, right? And especially Deacon um, Ashraf. Yes, bless the man who can talk my English. Karimu Ahu, John Campbell, Dr. Hong, of course, the original Queen Amadea, and many others that I just thought can talk. Minister Jack. Now, hey, you know what? Some of these are, I watch them for a little entertainment, but like I was saying earlier, we got to be easy on each other. Ayal Ban, Ephraim Ban, thank you for following. Naimir Neal, right? And some other people like Drama Alpha and Omega, something you want to check out also. The Hill, Wongel, Real Black, Mitchie X, and I believe these are the Mississippi Burning, and there might be a few others that I haven't mentioned, but all you rock the house, and I get a lot of my Illuminati. She's good too, aka a lot of my inspiration from you guys to actually get out there and talk. Black Watch News, and yes, Deacon Destruction Mode. Shout out Thought Crimes, A Gathering, very blessed, right? And now with that, one of the great people today of the YouTube world, Jordan Maxwell, has passed away. So just before we get into a quick look at some of the topics in video that we were talking about today, don't forget to reach out and definitely give a thumbs up and subscribe. All right, now just before we start, I'm going to give you this business here just to make sure. Oops, you think I wanted to give my spiel here, which is the spiel to let you know that we're trying to follow everything legitimately here, and of course, fair use. But in order to do that, I might as well go here. So just bear with me. Thank you, folks. You think it would have been an about, but I'm just going to let you know that fair use. I'll find something a little quick. Copyright permissions. And I have it written here, and it's generally on every blog, but for some reason, I'm having a little trouble today. Permissions. There we go. That's what I want to find. Thank you for your patience. All right, so for today, once again, time for news and the study of words. So we're going to look at some words. Journalist hand in the pot from the mouths of babes. The more you know, study the language and patterns. Then you could question or doubt whether it is conspiracy or fact or propaganda or influence or trends if you're hungry for info. So an informational documentary streaming, historical, educational media, Fair Use Act disclaimer. This site is for educational purposes only. Fair use copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit educational or personal use tips balanced in favor of fair use.
But in addition to his musical career, Frank Zappa has recently been an outspoken critic of a movement to require content ratings for LPs. Joining us in our Washington bureau is Tipper Gore. Along with her husband, Senator Albert Gore of Tennessee, she sat down to look at some of the new horror video movies recently and did not like what she saw.
There really are a lot of studies that talk about the effects of viewing violence.
All right, Frank Zappa, a long list of studies, but Tipper is the
But
most
no conclusion. I think that there are a lot of things that people can see on television or in the movies that desensitize you. But the most desensitizing thing in the United States today is the Iran-Contra hearings, because that is desensitizing us to honesty, to the Constitution itself. That is an issue. This is nothing.
1984 was a pretty insane time for Twisted Sister. We were hearing bits and pieces about this Parents Music Resource Center and Tipper Gore, but not really registering. Somebody approached our office that they want the Senate committee is having a hearing on censorship with the PMRC. I wanted to know if I would come and speak. Now, my view of it when I heard it was they want me to carry the flag into battle. Hell yeah.
I would like to use this occasion to speak on a more personal note and show just how unfair the whole concept of lyrical interpretation and judgment can be, and how many times this can amount to little more than character assassination.
They were saying that Under the Blade was about sadomasochism and bondage. It was about my guitar player's throat operation.
Songs allow a person to put their own imagination, experiences, and dreams into the lyrics. People can interpret it many ways. Ms. Gore was looking for sadomasochism and bondage, and she found it. Someone looking for surgical references found it as well.
The National Mental Health Association estimates some 14 million children.
And you think the music contributes to more of the problem?
I think the music always sets a tone for a generation.
But
And
this
we
is
have to be
the
aware.
eternal question, though, Tipper. Doesn't the music reflect what's already going on?
The thing of it is you have to swallow this as a whole thing. You got to swallow the whole pill. You listen to my album, you got to swallow the whole pill. The problem with Ice-T is I say don't do drugs, go to school, don't go to jail, love you, brother. But I happen to like Freddy Krueger. If you open up a Playboy magazine, I'm going to look in it. So in other words, what I do is I show you a whole person. Everybody has a vice to them, but I show you the whole person. The problem is when you show the High Rollers video, you show the part that has nothing to do with the actual, that video was about don't be a high roller. At the end of that video, I ended up dead. You know, so it's two sides.
So there you go. And this was how many years ago, right? Or decades, actually. Now, what would they say today? Isn't that worth food for thought? What would they say today?
Has everything. NWA has a record that says the police. He has another record that says express yourself.
Say I was a father and my kid brought home something I really, really objected to, like a Skinhead record or a Toy Uzi or even a Guns N' Roses record with those lyrics on it. I would not immediately go crawling to the phone to call the cops or call Tipper Gore. I would not put my kid in a mental hospital for the kind of music they listen to. I would not send them to some deprogramming center, blame it on the music. What I would do is sit down with the kid and say, okay, you spent your own money on this. Why?
Okay, so we just got a little show of what was going on back then. But since then now, to basically bring you up to speed, right? Since the mid 80s, or even we could say over 30 years ago, it seems that along with the freedom of speech, the 80s pushed the envelope way over the cup, right? It pushed it completely over the cup. So let's take a look here. And when I say over the cup, can you put an envelope in a cup? Yes, you could. If you put water in it, Uncle Tom Boulé and Predator's Enginiggering MK Baby's Dark Poem. Now, in the 90s, mid 80s, even well, the 90s when the Clintons were in, and Uncle Joe, right, and Uncle Bill and them, they used to call young black men super predators. Now, I was when I heard that term, it was what, yeah, same when they were in 86, 87, 88, all that business, right? When I heard it, and then I found out about the Central Park 5, I was I couldn't understand what was going on. However, there were these movies like Colors, Boys in the Hood, Juice, all of them, and it was like, while it wasn't, look, the movies are good, but even then, like I was saying, it was like from one day we had Superfly and superheroes. I would still say one of my favorite films is I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker, right? Because when I'm writing scripts, I'm writing it with some type of positive and entertainment, but that didn't happen in the 90s, right? So if we want a reference as to when things got so-called ghetto, this is your timeline you're looking at, and you're looking at least with the start of this, because when this was over, I'm talking about these folks here, you saw the 18 plus sticker on the games like GTA and everything else, all when I was a young adult and I wasn't even playing those games, right? So yeah, that's something else. Now, of course, we had this gentleman I was mentioning, Jordan Maxwell. Yeah, he passed away. Now, let's just read his bio here. He had a YouTube channel. Jordan Maxwell, pseudonym. Everyone has a pseudonym of Russell Pine. So that would, pseudonym of Russell Pine. December 28th, 1940. So that would make him a boomer. He was just born just near the end of the war. So he was an American writer, researcher who deals with theology, secret societies, etymology, and occultism. Maxwell is seen as a big name in the world of conspiracy theorists and served as an example for various authors and researchers in the area, including Michael Sarion and David Icke. Maxwell was an editor for Truth Seeker magazine for 3 years, made documentaries for CBS TV network, and presented his own radio show under the banner of ABC. So this guy was one of those big time accredited guys, but he probably didn't vibe well, or maybe, you know, maybe didn't agree with somebody, because he didn't hear much about him, and then he became very underground, right? His name actually came up more with the advent of the internet. On the underground, I remember seeing him back in the early 2000s when I was studying computer graphics and multimedia design, right? But he did resurrect when with YouTube. So yeah, he one of Maxwell's hobbies, courses, in addition to symbolism and word interpretation, as the so-called astrotheology, not conceived by him, right? It's a theory that states that other religions are based on astronomical events. So yeah, rest his soul, because he really was, if anything, one of the last few folks that would actually tell you what time it was and what's going on, even though uh, folks would say he was a conspiratorial guy, right? A lot of folks were saying that, but so far everything he'd said up until the recent, because he actually did his last one as Secret Language of Symbolism. This was 2 months ago. So he's one of those guys up until the last drop. You wanna you wanna soak up what they have to say, right? Because these folks, and like himself, I would say up there would be Neely Fuller Jr., right? Dr. Claude Anderson. These are some folks, for example, that we should be like, while they're in the house, we should be like totally like, if anything, get movements around these folks, right? Like I mentioned on my last blog, we don't have the fight like the generation before. Even I could say, if I had to get out there and do what I have to do, to make things happen, yeah, I still got, even though this whole 2 years knocked me out, mentally, physically, I would still be up for it if it had to be the people's fight, right? So this is one of my responses, doing this blog and once again putting out the information out there, right? But today it's not really the same. So we can only hope. And once again, as I mentioned, I feel a lot of that is because collectively, melanated people as a collective, we're not on the conscious level. I'll get into that in a second because even then, we're talking about programs that made us and turned us into that. So I just saw this article. How did he die? Occult books author and researcher passed away. Death obituary. The thing is, in this article, I looked at it earlier and they make no mention, right, as to what did it. So right there, people are probably going to say, well, it's mysterious. Well, I mean, like, okay, somebody who was born in the 40s would be near, if not 80 now. 80 is not, it should be a young age today, not an old age. It shouldn't, right? Because even my grandmother, when she passed, it was 19, it was 1980. She was one of those centennialians who was born at the turn of the century, right? Victorian. So I was blessed to know a Victorian, somebody who was born in that time. But people lived old, but they worked hard. Here, I don't know how hard people worked to end up out of shape like that, right? Even though it says a lot, right? But he didn't, or we never heard anything of his health. So let's see here. According to Jordan, the picture is not beautiful. Globe is out of human control. Humans are mutating and put to the softly, we are all stuck in some way, right? His death has not been revealed in public. Interesting, right? Nonetheless, the group of benevolent aliens groomed and groomed his present role, one of whom had met in person in the name of the father of a girl he had met when he was 19 years old. He was particular, told that this exceptional but very ordinary man, I'm going to assume there's some typos maybe in this, will have a very important job to do in the years to come. Obviously, he's doing his job now. In this video, Jordan's evidence goes where he did not speak publicly before. Reptiles are real, he said. In support of this, he tells a fascinating and extraordinary story. He thought, okay, so I could see this is probably not written like the best it could be. He told thought about a woman's own experience as a youthful woman on a U.S. Air Force. He was talked about reality. He cites ancient texts, the Masonic symbolism found in the former Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, and the Obama administration. Woo! So he was deep in there, as well as the upcoming remake of the classic sci-fi series V, which shows the interconnectedness of all these themes and cultures. Something or someone will return, and this event may or may not be in the best interest of humanity. So he was that guy, right? And unfortunately, he's no longer with us. So thanks for the news, bro. That's all I could say, right? And of course, going back to the Parents Music Resource Center. How did that go? Well, in the end, once again, we ended up getting on November 1st, 1985, before the hearing ended, the RIAA, which is the Recording Industry Association of America, agreed to put advisory. Parental advisory. So you've seen this, right? NWA, that warning, it was born in 1985, adopted by the British uh, phonographic industry, BPI, in 2011. So that's even reason, okay? It is placed on audio recordings in recognition of profanity or inappropriate references. So Britain did this in like a decade ago, so they kind of kept with that. But then you saw the 18 plus. 18 plus was always around. Parental guidance was around, but they had to put this on the label. So labels on selected releases at their own discretion. The labels were generic, unlike the original idea of a descriptive label categorizing the explicit lyrics. Many record stores refused to sell albums containing the label. Man, most notably Walmart. Wow, I didn't know that because I wasn't really buying like, you know, that kind of stuff. We were back then anyways up until the early 2000s, even into the 2000s, you could have still used a tape and record stuff. And, by the time even the, what do you call it, Napsters came out, yeah. So, but, and that actually also kind of bypassed a lot of the rules, right, with the 18 plus, because if it was online, right, if you were already going to do it. So it is uncertain whether the tipper sticker, so she was the one who pulled that tipper gore thing, is effective in preventing children from being exposed to explicit content. Some citing the forbidden fruit effect, right, with this business, suggests that the sticker in fact increased record sales. Of course, because we're gonna, that was, if anything, unlike the 50s with the greaser, and the 60s with the hippies, and the 70s with even uh, the disco gay crowd, right? The 80s and 90s was, once again, we all grew up together. This is why the boomers today are seniors, right? So we are still growing up together. And at least back then, when I say back then, like last week, but really, um, we got into this thing, the culture where if it was so forbidden, it meant you had to have it. And what else could you do with a teenager? At least in those years, with like a virgin and pour sugar on this and hey, everybody get drunk. That song, right? That was a Billy Idol song way back in the day, right? Money, money. So, and most of us who were growing up then, I would go to. I remember going to the clubs in the 80s, right? Because the 80s, by then it was dance music. There was no hip hop. It was like the end of the first generation of hip hop, but it was dance music, house music, and that song would come on, and money, money. Hey, everybody, right? And I was like, is it what I think he's saying? Is he saying, hey, everybody, get laid, get drunk, or get laid, get upped? So yeah, so that's what happened. So that was kind of, as we say, the well, at least the start of it, right? We noticed it. Even our parents and grandparents noticed it. But like I said, when most people heard the beat of like a virgin, they like the music anyway. So that's where that happened. And then Prince, oh, forget about it. He should have had 18 all over his albums for many years, right? But he slipped. If anything, he was the one, really, I can say, who was a bro to actually cross all sexual boundaries. All sexual. Forget about, you can go LGBT, LMNOP. He was the man with his alphabet band that schooled everybody. And of course, they had to take him out, right? Just like David Bowie. So there you go. So it started with that. Philip Bailey and Earth, Wind and Fire said, right? Earth, Wind and Fire. They, for the most part, the sticker might even sell more records in some areas. All you've got to do is tell somebody this is a no-no, and then that's what they want to go and see, right? Ice-T's track, Freedom of Speech, contains the lyrics, hey, PMRC, you stupid. Well, I won't say that. Right? The sticker on the record is what makes them sell gold. Can't you see? You alcoholic idiots, the more you try to suppress us, the larger we get, right? So these are some of the songs and some of the bands. These guys here, Metallica, and I'm a rocker, right? I'm like I said, in generations, like, yeah, we like motorcycles, we're cool, we're down with that. And we're still hip hop, right? Because that's the real old school. But yeah, even these boys here, the Metallica band, yeah, they're cool. They're cool. They had some good hits back in the day. And went with the times, right? They cut their hair, you see, like now, and you have some like long, but this is pretty much the age of what we live in. So you could be 50 plus, you could have long hair, you could look like a punk rocker from 1984, because that's just the norm, right? You're not gonna see like me and my one of my buddies, I'll call him Chip, my white friend, right? Because I have white friends, black friends, all that. But Chip and I were like, this was when I came to Toronto 20 years ago. We saw some old folks, like I was in my 30s, so the people we saw that were in their 70s, they were dressed up like b-boys, right? They had the tracksuits on and the hat, and old white guys too, right? Like they could have been like what they call like the Jerry Heller type of guy, right? And we were kind of like, well, he was laughing because he was saying, this is 20 years ago. He's like, in the future, I think everybody's going to be like that, right? Like our generation. And I was like, nah, no, because I think we're more original than that, right? We're always more avant-garde. At least I am. I'm like impeccable when it comes with my fashion. I'm not stuck, right? I try to keep an advance. I follow the rules of the fonts, as we say. Big out, shout out to Happy Days and the fam. So um, yeah, so by the time we see like people now my age and even like 60, 70, which is like, yeah, they were part of the generation, they're busting tracksuits now, right? And you see some older people, they got in there down, they've been with it, down, like they say, the dance hall seniors, right? So here we are, we're part of this future, but this is when it started. Aerosmith, Megadeth, right? So MK Ultra, Project MK Ultra. It's now 12:07 a.m. Now, starting on the 25th of March, 2022. MK Ultra Project, or MK Ultra, was the code name of an illegal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. These guys. The experiments were intended to develop procedures and identify drugs such as LSD that could be used in interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing, lavage, and psychological torture. MK Ultra used numerous methods to manipulate its subjects' mental states and brain functions, such as the covert administration of high doses of psychoactive drugs, especially LSD and other chemicals, electroshocks, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, and verbal and sexual abuse, in addition to other forms of torture. So this was preceded by two drug-related experiments. So this was not new. Project Bluebird, right? That's another day, and Project Artichoke. We'll look at that in a second. It began in 1953. So, like we said with generations, right? You're born in 1940, you'd be 13 years old. You're born in 1945, right? You'd be, 8 years old. So, yeah. So, right away, especially with rock and roll and all of that coming out, and this is right after Paperclip, with the guys who were wearing, the guys who were doing the Yavol and the duck walk, right? And then they got into a program that helped them out, and they made spaceships, and boom, here we are today. So right after that, this stuff. So maybe they were part of it. I don't know, right? Because this agency was a different agency, just a few years prior even to that. So we'll get more on that another time. So it began in 1953, was reduced in scope in 1964 and 1967, and was halted in 1973 finally, right? Just before Vietnam was over. So let's look at the time. So that's 53 to 73. So that's 20 years, right? A year, let's say a year for every birth. If you go also from 53 to 63, and then 63 to 73, you're looking at least two generations that grew up in this whole thing. So it was organized, yes, by our friendly neighborhood people here, and coordinated with the Army of Biological Warfare and Laboratories. Beginning in 1943, under the control of U.S. Army Chemical Corps research and development. All right. The program engaged in illegal activities, including the use of U.S. and Canadian citizens as unwitting test subjects. Right? MK Ultra scope was broad, with activities carried out under the guise of research at more than 80 institutions, including, check this, colleges and universities, hospitals, prisons, and pharmaceutical companies. And they used front organizations and entities set up and controlled by others, right, such as organized crime, et cetera, right? You get the message? Although some top officials at these institutions were aware of SIA's involvement. And MKUltra was first brought to public attention in 1975 by the Church Committee of the United States Congress and Gerald Ford's United States President's Commission on CIA Activities within the United States, also known as the Rockefeller Commission. So, this is very interesting, right? So the United States President Commission on CIA and activities within the United States. So they actually went to check this out. Don't forget, one of the Rockefellers was vice president. I believe it's Nelson. And so this irony is that these guys decided to check out or investigate what they were doing within their own on the inside, right? And Gerald Ford, many of you won't even know his name because we always heard of Nixon, but he was the guy who replaced Nixon after he was impeached. And he didn't stay long either because right after he was there, Jimmy Carter got voted in. So he was kind of like the end of the Republican last drip replacement party. So let's see here. So yeah, this was set up by him. And it was actually to inquire. So then maybe that's probably why the election got different. People were very sour about Nixon, that's for sure, right? And so by the time he came in, and rumored had it, he was a bit of a drinker, and he used to fall downstairs. I remember that was like a running gag. I don't know, that's what it was back then. So let's see here. It was brought to attention in 1975 by these guys, right? In the Rockefeller Commission. And the investigations relied on sworn testimony or direct participants and on a small number of documents that survived Helm's order in 1977, a Freedom of Information Act request uncovered a cache of 20,000 documents relating to MK Ultra, which led to Senate hearings. All right, and some of it was declassified. So if you really want to take a look, definitely take a look on this. And I myself can also bring some testimony and experience to this because I did have a relative who did suffer with post-trauma and depression. And where I can just say as much is that one of the doctors that was involved, in relation to this folk. So, but this man, who's the original doctor, right? He was the one who got into the whole electric shock. And once again, I've had relatives who went through this type of program well into even the 1980s, folks. I was a young kid, and I used to protest. But that's the way things were back then, right? Because I remember that person going in, that relative of mine going in, and yeah, they were getting the brain shock, and I heard they yelped. And I used to complain and say, wasn't there other ways to help that person? But this is the 80s, right? Things have changed since, and that person has since passed. But it's just to let you know that it's a lot more real than you think, and probably closer to recent. So the CIA exported experiments to Canada when they recruited British psychiatrist Donald Ewan Cameron. He was a Scottish-born psychiatrist. He's largely known today for a central role in unethical medical experiments and development of psychological and medical torture techniques for the CIA. He served as president of the American Psychiatric Association. Okay, so he was the creator of something called psychic driving concept, the psychic driving concept, which is a psychiatric procedure of the 1950s and 60s in which patients were subjected to a continuously repeated audio message on a loop tape to alter their behavior. In psychic driving, patients were often exposed to hundreds of thousands of repetitions of a single statement over a tape recorder. So this was one of the methods, considering that, the tape recorder was something that was still kind of, well, it was not new, but a fairly good tool to use when it came to recording people, right? It was more ubiquitous, as we would say. So it wasn't every day that you were going to hear, let's say, like a record playing the same song every day per se. When you had it on this type of mechanism, it probably was just as intense because it was just going looping over. So that was psychic driving. And that's pretty much what we ended up seeing even in pop culture, right? And of course, these guys found it interesting. Cameron had been hoping to correct schizophrenia by erasing existing memories and reprogramming the psyche. So I know we always like to say, even with the ethics and hypocritical oaths, that there is some good intention, or a lot of these folks do stuff with some good intention. So that, I guess, is one of the reasons why this happened. But it's almost like one of those, like in biblical terms, like what they practice in secret or what they practice in the dark. And this is what they come up with, right? So he commuted from Albany to Montreal every week to work at the Allen Memorial Institute. That's very well. It was a former psychiatric hospital in Montreal, downtown. A lot of people went there. Um, and of course, this was affiliated with one of the big known universities, and was paid $69,000 from 1957 to 1964. So that's like, that's almost half a million in 2021. It is half a million adjusted for inflation to carry out MK Ultra experiments there, the Montreal experiments. So Montreal, myself growing up a Montrealer, a black Montrealer, a bro, a rocker, a breaker. Uh, we had, we learned to read. We learned to, I remember even being a toddler and doing those, what do you call, Dr. Spock experiments. My mom went to university, and that was part of what was going down. You had to place these stars in the little round ball and cubes. I remember very well. That was like, no, that was early. I wasn't even a toddler. I remember that. So, I did get my mind and my thoughts developed, and I learned to read at a very young age, and I learned to handwrite. So, all of that to say, there are pros because of these so-called spin-off experiments, because that spinned off a lot of other stuff, and a lot of us children who were born, especially in the Gen Xers, more so than even the boomers. We said, hey, it's already been established. It started like as far for those kids who were 13 at that time and in the 50s. But for us, man, that's when that shit took off, right? Because Montreal was a pretty, I mean, even though, if you brief history of Montreal, very Roman Catholic. And then by the 60s, forget about it. It was already starting to be secular. And of course, we could probably owe that to these experiments, because we while we did have Expo 67 and the Olympics, man, Montreal, even then after that, Montreal is like known as French Las Vegas, right? And then especially after the October crisis, which was a political, I wouldn't say it was a coup, but it was just some messed up political stuff between the Parti Québécois French government and the rest British colonized government in Canada. And long story short, uh, after these guys, the case fell apart. They killed the wrong guy, the French guys, and James Cross went back to Britain. These, I guess, the militia folks ended up getting deported. So they ended up in Cuba, which was so, back then, anyways, that was the place to be. So Montreal became a very, it was like it opened up the market for all kinds of weird, the mob and all that stuff was already cleared out in the 50s. So there was a big moral code happening in Montreal with the mayor, Jean Drapeau. But by then, after the 60s happened, well, he could only do so much. But then the mobs came back and the bikers, chapters all over the place, all left, right, and center, all across Canada. That happened. So when that happened, then of course the culture of, at least in Montreal, when I was a child, up in the 70s, up in the 80s, yeah, you could get hash, you could get all kinds of drugs. It was off the chain, right? Because it was in the culture. So LSD, acid, all that stuff was around. Dancing, music, clubs, bars, and more bars. That was, I would say, Toronto. Yeah, and Toronto had the same thing. Everyone, but nah, Montreal was like New York in Canada. Whether it was a good thing, eh. So those research funds were sent to Cameron by CIA. So we already got this, but this electroconvulsive therapy, where a generalized seizure was electrically induced to manage refractory mental disorders. Typically 70 to 120 volts are applied externally to the patient's head, right? So it's a heavy current. So I'm sure with a lot of this, you probably, yeah, most people ended up having more depression, pretty much like my relative. And imagine he became known worldwide as the first chairman of the World Psychiatric Association, as well as president of the American Psychiatric Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and a member of, get ready, folks, Nuremberg Medical Tribunal in 1946 and 47. Why this is interesting is that if he's part of the tribunal, right, he was a member of and in a nutshell, it was about, yeah, doctor's trial for the war. So I don't know. So we're saying that we had probably even, because we won't say he was like on the side of the Nazis, right? But what he ended up doing after, considering that he was on, what I'm saying, folks? Food for thought, huh? Anyway, so everybody was loving him, and it wasn't about mind control. They tried even to make books and to defend him. Secret detention camps in areas under American control in the early 1950s in Europe and East Asia, mostly Japan, Germany, and the Philippines. The CIA created secret detention centers so that the US could avoid criminal persecution. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. The CIA captured people suspected of being enemy agents and other people it deemed expendable to undertake various types of torture, human experiment. It's almost like the UFO thing, eh? When you hear about the UFOs abducting people and the military is so deeply involved, you'd think the military would be like up in arms with that kind of stuff, right? Even like now, like for all those decades of the century, I would say, we heard much more about it. You would think, right? Even though they're sworn to secrecy, how are you going to be sworn to, like, what? Come on now. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying there's so much nuance between it. So yeah, 1973, because of Watergate, right? This guy, he almost looks like Nixon, like a clone. The same hair, eh? What? And his name is Richard too. He's probably like a clone. He was a, yeah, government official, served as a director from 66 to 73, right? So this bro here, he he ordered all the files destroyed. So pursuing to this order, most of them were destroyed, making a full investigation impossible. And then in 2000, these documents survived. So if you ever want to go and take a look, go nuts, you know. And like even with this, right? The fact that the Rockefeller Commission, like we already know pretty much about what the deal is with these folks. So It's almost like how we say, it's kind of mocking, almost like we could say photo op mocking or narrative mocking, right? Because it's all also even how we would say it's relevant to even what's happening today. So the Montreal Turns experiments were a series of experiments initially aimed to treat schizophrenia. So that's what initially was what they wanted to cure with good intentions, but maybe not using the best methods, right? By changing memories and erasing thoughts, right? Psychic driving. So the patients of this experiment expected positive changes from Cameron's treatment. However, these patients suffered severely under conditions that were not in accordance with human rights. Right? So it's still to today, the topic of experiments in Montreal has been kept in the dark by these guys who actively prevent information about that. So it's all good. I'm not gonna bother you guys too deep. I just wanted you to get like, once again, 1953, he developed his theory, right? Let's just check something for a second here, because you know me, I want you to get into the habit. I want you to get into the habit to start looking up these people. So, where they come from. So let me see here. Uh, I just saw his name there just now. Like, I mean, I wanna, or maybe he doesn't have what you call a wiki, right? But sometimes these does link in, and you just find them. All right, let me just check a second here. I'll be right there. Blah, 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 blah. You think you would see his name up here, but it's not. But these are other folks. Oh, this guy. This guy, we're going to do an episode on him. He was the first director of Central Intelligence, DCI, and its longest serving director to date as head of the CIA during the early Cold War. He oversaw the 1953 Iranian coup, 1954 Guatemala coup, right? Right? You see where we're going with that, right? Okay. So I'm just looking for this bro here because, and this is the scale of the project. Pretty big, eh? And Americas, don't think that you guys didn't get hit up, right? Chemical, biological, and radiological methods of mind control as part of MK Ultra. They spent an estimated 10 million or more, roughly 87.5 million, adjusted for today's inflation. So this is what was going on, and that's how it started with the good old folks at your friendly neighborhood spot, right? Thanks to these guys. There he is. Let's see. So let's look up. So he's born 1901, December 24th. So he was nearly a Christmas baby at the turn of the century. And then September 8th, 67, that's the year before I was born, largely known for today. Let's go back to when. I like to find out who their mama is, right? So he was born, Scotland, the oldest son of a Presbyterian minister. He received an MBC, all this business in psychological medicine in 1924. He had a MD with a distinction in 1936. He began his training in psychiatry in Glasgow in 1925. In 26, he served as assistant medical officer and was introduced to psychiatrist Sir David Henderson. So who is he? Yeah. A student of Swiss-born US psychiatrist Adolf Meyer. I've heard of him. He was the one who rose to prominence as the first psychiatrist in chief of the Johns Hopkins Hospital, 1910 to 41. So when we talk about psychiatry, these guys here, we'll look into them another time too, but these guys are very big names, right? So we'll get back to that. So he continued with these guys, since 1899, eh? Uh, Pretty much shit. But you don't hear much about his childhood, right? And all this business. He married Jean C. Rakin, who they met while they were students. She was a former captain of the Scottish field hockey team, competitive, okay? Lecturer. No kids, I guess, eh? Received this. So yeah, I always do this just to see what this, and even then, if there were any hiccups or like not in a bad way, but if they had any life changing or inspirational epiphanies, you know what I mean? So Cameron focused primarily on biological descriptive psychiatry, based on the study of observable symptoms and behavioral phenomena rather than underlying psychodynamic processes. Okay, so it's like observable behavior. So Cameron was invited to McGill University in Montreal by neurosurgeon Dr. Wilder Penfield. So we have a street in Montreal called Dr. Penfield, and he was an American Canadian neurosurgeon. He expanded brain surgery's methods and technique, including mapping the functions of various regions of the brain, such as cortical homunculus, his scientific contributions, right? So he's a very well-known neurosurgeon. Let's take a quick look here for a second. So this is an American private foundation, and of course, it was in May 14th. So that's soon, 1913. So that's over 100 years, with an anniversary coming up when this charter was formally accepted by New York State legislature. So started by these guys. So moving on in the news, as we see, during the early period of the Cold War, the CIA became convinced that communists had discovered a drug or technique that would allow them to control human minds. In response, the CIA began its own secret program called MKUltra to search for a mind control drug that could be weaponized. So this is another article here that we see, and you can probably even listen to the article if you want.
Hey, NPR. All Songs Considered brings you the week's best new music discoveries, including conversations with emerging artists, icons.
Okay, I don't know. Guess it's a 37-minute listen, but if anything, this would have probably just told you the story, which is the same thing. And CIA chemist Sidney Gottlieb headed up the agency's secret MKUltra program. So this guy, let's see here, because we didn't actually read about him. MKUltra, which operated from the 1950s until the early 60s, and I would say probably even longer, maybe even still, was created and run by a chemist named Sidney Gottlieb. Okay, some of Gottlieb's experiments were covertly funded at universities and research centers, while others were conducted in American prisons and in detention centers in Japan, Germany, and the Philippines. So he was also part of the gambit of it. Gottlieb wanted to create a way to seize control of people's minds, and he realized it was a two-part process. First, you had to blast away the existing mind. Second, you had to find a way to insert a new mind into the resulting void. We didn't get too far in number two, but we did a lot of work on number one. Of course you did. Of course you did. Trying to control the mind. I don't I kind of get it, but what is it with this thing? Like we want to build robots and all that. Fine. But why do you want to have to control and have a man to slave? That's the oldest thing. Okay, you can hate somebody, but we have this thing where, you know, and I guess this is part of the whole, which is another topic I'm going to come into, which is the whole study of science and the religion of it, right? We always have to control. So what if one man can control a million people? To do like even as selfish as it is, no matter how you're gonna get bored. I would think somebody would even like, do themselves, right? Because like it's perfect in their eyes to have to be able to control the world. Like, whatever. You know what? You almost want to know. Okay, there are people in this world who want to be God, want to play God, want to be. And I'm like, as I think of it, if I was God, I just want good stuff to happen, right? And I'd be fair. If you're bad, well, you got to pay the price. But it's such a job. I don't know if I couldn't handle being God. That's all I know. What makes an ordinary, regular Joe or a bro think they can be God, right? Anyway, so this guy, he had a very long life. 1918, August 3rd, March 7th, 1999. American chemist and spy master who headed the Central Intelligence Agency. So he was the guy who was part of that in the 50s and 60s. Assassination attempts and mind control program. So did you just hear what I just said? All right, just before we go there. Okay, so he's born to Hungarian Jewish immigrant parents, Fanny and Louis Gottlieb. Okay, in the Bronx, 1918. A stutterer since childhood, he earned a master's degree in speech therapy. Okay. After retiring from the CIA, he was born with a club foot, right? A club foot, which got him rejected from military service in World War II, but did not prevent his pursuit of folk dancing. So you see, and that's a lifelong path. So this is what you got to know about these folks, right? Little things, but it means a lot. It means that he had some interest. So yeah, so he studied botany, all this, the same old privilege. He met his first wife, so he's been married, I guess, twice. And they swiftly, yeah, the first one didn't go. Denied a chance. He saw another way to serve. His wife and two daughters were living in a remote cabin near Virginia. Oh, Vienna, Virginia. And he was living there when he began working for the CIA. And his lifestyle was a stark contrast to that of the Ivy League men recruited at CIA. Might be something, might be some fodder there for that. So his first position was the Department of Agriculture. He later transferred to the Food and Drug Administration. It's interesting though, like they really get around. A lot of these folks get around. The National Research Council in 1948, being exposed to some interesting work concerning ergot alkaloids as vasoconstrictors and hallucinogens. He soon relocated to the University of Maryland as a research associate dedicated to studying metabolisms of fungi. So anyway, this bro's been around for a minute, working with this bro here, remember? Right? Who's this? Yeah, you don't come up. So Project Bluebird was already underway. So he was part of all of that also. So we're not gonna dwell on it too long, but I just wanted you to, open your eyes to see and research and see what's going on, right? Look, Cuban project known as Operation Mongoose, extensive program of terrorist attacks against civilians and covert operations. So what caught me just now was the fact that there was a quote here. Look, a human mind that could lead to global mastery, right? They wanted a truth serum, something that had been investigated during the day of the OSS, which was also the name of the current CIA, but never fully realized. So they conducted experiments using THC, cocaine, heroin, and mescaline before realizing LSD had not been properly tested or investigated. And he tried it for the first time. So a lot of these guys tried it naturally. I don't know if you've ever tried LSD. I tried it back, of course, in Montreal. You try everything. I tried it back when I think it was 18. Man, I laughed. I couldn't stop laughing. I was like good for like, I'm not here to promote it, but psychosibilance, you know what? It better than even a joint, better than because you could crack. Oh, I remember the first time it was like back then we used to call them. We used to get them on sheets, like literally cardboard, thin cardboard sheets. I don't know the cardboard. It's a little like a chip of a cardboard piece because it was dipped in this stuff, right? So you would just have that cardboard, eat it. Yeah, it's a little piece of cardboard. Well, a little piece of cardboard. I'm saying like thin cardboard here, right? And I remember my buddies like, what we got to do is have a glass of Coca-Cola, eat an orange, and I was laughing. That's all I can say. It was probably one of the, like, if anything, I'd say it was something. And I did it a few other times, but it wasn't the same. Then they had what they call the tabs, and this is like the college '90s pub acid. You drink a lot of beer for hours and hours and hours, and you're not really drunk. And that's also with mushrooms. But anyway, so yeah, I'm not condoning anything here. I'm just letting you know, like, this is what it was in the past. I highly doubt it's the same today. So yeah, and so one thing I caught with this guy, even what did they say? Assassinations? Did we read that? Yeah, assassination attempts and mind control program. I'll leave that right there for you all to look into that. Okay? So this is what happened, and of course, as a result, after the Cold War. And of course, they're always being paranoid about other countries, right? So here's some articles if you ever want to take a look and read more on it, right? This is on history, fallen human experience with mind control. See? You see? The Korean War was coming to an end, and earlier that week, returning. So I'm going to read this part. So, okay, so this guy, Alan Dulles, on April 10th, 1953, we're coming up to an anniversary, delivered a speech to a gathering of Princeton alumni. Through the event, though the event was mundane, that word again, see, sometimes you got to get into the mundane. Global tensions were running high. The Korean War was coming to an end, and earlier that week, right, 1953, like MASH, and earlier that week, the New York Times had published a startling story asserting that American POWs returning from the country may have been converted by communist brainwashers. Some GIs were confessing to war crimes like carrying out germ warfare against the communists, a charge the US categorically denied. Others were reportedly so brainwashed that they had refused to return to the United States at all. And as if that weren't enough, the US was weeks away from secretly sponsoring the overthrow of a democratically elected leader in Iran. So that all that shit was going on even back then. You see, that's why I say sometimes you gotta probe. You don't have to dig so far, but you could find the odd article that can tell you this stuff. And you could learn. Dulles had just become the first civilian director of an agency growing more powerful by the day. And the speech provided an early glimpse into his priorities for the CIA. So if you were there at that time, you had enough power to even start the rumors back then. Now, how it got so complicated and how it got to that, once again, it's probably more to it than we're even reading today. Looks like Letterman, eh? Yeah, like from far, like, yeah. That, maybe he's a clone of Letterman. We don't know, man. Maybe they're all, you know what I'm saying? The other guy looked like Tricky Dick, and this guy. So brain warfare terrified and fascinated the American public throughout the 1950s. Right? So this is the Manchurian Candidate was also big. The Naked Lunch, playing themes of unhinged scientists, and Naked Lunch being on, heroin and all that. So we know one thing is drugs plays a big part of this. That's one thing we saw. But I believe as we did grow up in the 70s, and I'm going to only use from my era, what did that do, the drug culture of then to today? I think part of where this, maybe even their experiment failed, because with a full generation already, 2, 3, 30 years plus into it, 3 generations, our immune systems have been accustomed to it. Now I'm talking in the sense of what goes in what we say, the water, right? Like 30 years of dope going through the water too, medications and everything. So when they were thinking back then, hey, give them acid and let's see if we can brainwash them. It wasn't. They were probably just laughing, and then they just never got to achieve what they thought they could do, which was brainwash using acid, brainwash using coke, brainwash using weed, right? And all of these were like major party stimulants. But I would have to say I would believe it's the brain shots that did that, right? Either way, it's still nefarious because we got a whole generation, as we saw up until now, the 90s with the culture, right? How many people got arrested for that? For just smoking a joint? Let's take a quick look as to how this affected one person in Canada. We're gonna, once again, educational purposes only. This is the Fifth Estate. Check out the song. Check out the intro. This is old school, like 1974, 5, 6 beats. And take a look at this quick article about MK Ultra.
The Fifth Estate.
I'm Adrian Clarkson. Tonight we report on a secret CIA research project carried out in Montreal in which mental patients felt they were used as the CIA's guinea pigs.
They kept you asleep for 23 days. And while I was asleep, they were shocking the heck out of me with electric shocks.
The CIA was interested in Dr. Cameron's work on psychic driving because it could give them an idea of where the personality could break or be stressed.
Those of us who were involved were trying to find out something about brainwashing. Yes, this is it. This is the reason we were interested in Dr. Cameron's work.
The American Central Intelligence Agency has been accused of manipulating citizens of countries all over the world, including Canada. At the moment, a number of Canadians are considering suing the CIA. They believe they are victims of covered CIA experiments. Tonight, suing the CIA, they believe they are victims of covered damage by the CIA, tell their stories publicly for the first time. They believe they were part of a CIA project called MK Ultra, a research project so secret that even the Canadian government was not informed that the agency was funding activities in this country. The CIA was seeking a new weapon aimed not at the body, but at the mind. Americans became obsessed with brainwashing during the Korean War. Prisoners of war returned home denouncing the American way of life. Hearing them parroting propaganda, the CIA became convinced that the communists had found the key to brainwashing. Now the Americans had to unlock the mystery of mind control.
There was great worry that the Soviets had developed rather esoteric and unusual methods of so-called brainwashing people. The purge trials.
Dr. John Gittinger was the CIA's chief psychologist for 25 years.
There was continued pressure put upon anybody within the agency in connection with trying to explain or understand brainwashing. So,
what I find interesting about, when you look at these documentaries, right? Like these guys were all squared up and short hair, right? Nerdy looking in the 50s and the 60s. Look at him now. This is the 70s. Guy got a full beard, long ass hair, right? Chilled out, maybe because of the humility, and they've humbled themselves and they're like, you know what? We thought we were so cocksure, which is a word which means like you're like they used to use back in the day when guys were sword fighting, right? Or like it's an artistic word, right? They're so sure of themselves. They're cocksure, like a rooster. And now here they are, years later. Well, I don't know, man. I got long hair now, and I guess it wasn't always cracked up to be. We got caught. So we do have a lot of folks that will do these type of experiments and all of this stuff on the whim that, hey, they believe they're right. Pretty much like what we've seen recently, right? Didn't someone just say, who would have thought? Who would have thought it wouldn't have worked? But here, life is always a testimony, especially nowadays. Like you can imagine with people saying, oh, we're going to give you the results and tell you the truth 50 years later. Well, here it is 50 years later. This guy probably ain't around. So either way, in spirit, people could say, and I'm not, maybe not this guy in particular, but folks can say all those guys who did and women who did all them evil things, they are being held in account for even in the afterlife. Because right now, I'm sharing this information to you to show this guy, right, what he was thinking. I bet he would have never thought that he would have a bro doing a post about him, right? Not dissing him, but like putting out that, okay, you see, this is the legacy you left. You thought you was smart, you thought you was doing the right thing, and look, you're gone, but now we still looking at your legacy how many years later. So yeah, so much for that, and I say that also in a uh, in of course connection to what we see today, right? The absurdity and it's so appalling, right? That they would want to keep information about how your health and how things you've taken to help you, like how the effects would be. Only wait 50 years. That's preposterous. I heard somebody else likes to use that word, so I'm going to use it. That is preposterous. All of you folks who do what you do, it's preposterous.
We were charged with a rather elaborate attempt to try to find out chemical, psychological, any kind of means that people could use to influence the behavior of the people.
Nothing seemed too bizarre. To find out if sex could be used in spying, the agency studied San Francisco prostitutes and their clients. Using unwitting human beings as their guinea pigs, the agency tried everything: drugs,
Okay? The agency tried everything to get a little piece of poom poom. That's how we would say it in the streets. You see, because they would come up and say, well, it's science, and we want to find. And you look at these guys, right? You see how they are, you see how they look. And they're like, well, we want to know how it worked with sex. Yeah, yeah. And guess how many people might have been abused for that, right? Especially when a lot of them were probably being kidnapped and put in shelters and, as we say, put away in places that you never saw them again. And a lot of the generation, a lot of people don't know that during the Second World War, that generation grew up with a lot of the bomb shelter energy. But you had a lot of poor people during that whole situation during the Second War who had kids who were orphaned, got orphaned. So many things happened, right? And don't let's throw in the what you call the in vitro things that were going on even then, right? To make the perfect race and all that. A lot of those folks, like Ronald Bernard, if you look him up, right? The infamous financial gangster, right? That basically is the best whistleblower when it comes to all this stuff. He was saying he used to be locked up in a cage when he was a kid, and his parents was all of that, right? And they weren't rich, but he learned to be rich, and and all this stuff. He was hustling from a young age, but he was really messed up. What really fucked him up, as he would say, is the fact that he was locked up in a cage. And many kids, especially like in Europe and England, I've heard that. A lot of kids are locked up. And next thing you know, the 50s happen, the 60s happen, they become young of age, but they're fucked up. Gotta say it like that, right? So they all come part of this generation too.
hypnosis, electroshock. Under code names like MK Ultra, the CIA spent 25 years and $25 million on secret mind control research. Brainwashing could be a powerful ideological weapon, and the US had to have it. And when the agency didn't undertake its own studies, it funded someone else's. Thus, the search for mind control brought MK Ultra to Canada, to Montreal. Even in the Cold War years of the late 50s and early 60s, most doctors and academics would have been embarrassed to have found that an organization of spies was openly paying for their research. So the CIA set up a number of fronts, respectable foundations like the Human Ecology Fund.
One thing you got to know about Montreal, especially when it comes to bros and sisters and culture, back then, Montreal was the bomb. Look at all the people in the back. Look at all the nice style. You could see. Not that, like I love Toronto now, but Toronto wasn't as fresh back then. I'm just letting you know. That's just the facts, okay? Let's look back in Montreal. I won't stay long on this because we got other stuff to go on to.
Sounds innocent enough, but it was run by the CIA's brainwashing experts. Here at McGill University in Montreal, the fund found 3 projects worth financing. They supported an extensive study of witch doctors in Nigeria. How, investigators wondered, did native healers cure mental illness? What mysterious drugs and potions did they use?
So once again, it always goes back to the bros. What are those? The bros are doing witch doctoring and wrapping up this other bros. Guess what? Right? We have the special interest people that come and say, "Hey, if that shit could work, maybe we could do it and take over the world." So they always have to get something from the bros.
Ice used to bind up excited patients. A sleeping potion is then administered.
20 years ago, the Human Ecology Fund paid for this movie.
This soothes the patient's head.
But it was only recently that the man who made the film found out that he had been working with the CIA's money. The author of the Nigerian study is still at McGill University. News of his connection to the CIA came as quite a surprise to Dr. Raymond Prince.
I couldn't imagine why the CIA would be interested in my work in looking at indigenous healers in West Africa. That seemed really strange. That was my first reaction, and I couldn't believe that. I couldn't understand how the CIA would be interested in that.
Because there were all kinds of beliefs that African witch doctors can put the hex on people. But anybody who makes a systematic study of what are the psychological factors that can produce anything from having a person run amok in Indonesia or die of the sickness from a witch doctor in Africa would certainly add to all of the knowledge that we were being able to accumulate about behavioral science technique.
The Human Ecology.
All right, so I'm just going to move on because you can also catch this courtesy of our Great Legacy News. And that'll just give you an idea, right? So as you see, 19 days of the Senate report goes on to describe in detail 19 days of torture, a near 24 per hour, 24-hour per day basis. He was waterboarded 83 times, placed in a coffin-like wooden box, held naked, and his body controlled into stress positions. Right? So this is at least 118 detainees. So yeah, that you want to take a look at it and definitely by all means, there's so much more information you can get out there on this stuff. So this was a very good article from our Legacy family. In the good days when the Legacy family would tell you what time it is, right? Moving on. The ugly, fascinating history of the word racism. It is now 12:58 a.m., 2022, March 25th. So the Oxford English Dictionary's first recorded utterance of the word racism was by a man named Richard Henry Pratt in 1902. Pratt was railing against the evils of racial segregation. That's interesting. Although Pratt might have been the first person to inveigh against racism and its deleterious effects by name, he is much better remembered for a very different coinage. Kill the Indian, save the man. A great general has said that the only good Indian is a dead one. So this guy was the guy who put that into the psyche and the popular culture of wording and so that was just one of them. Just like the black ones, right? God knows whether it be calling the kettle black, all this business, right? In a sense, I agree with the sentiment, but only in this, that all the Indian there is in the race should be. So we're still living with the after effects of what Pratt thought and did. His story serves as a useful parable for why discussions of racism remain so deeply contentious, even now. Well, of course, right? Because when you're talking about, once again, like the 1985-86 parental guidance, freedom of speech stickers that came out, right? There's, the good intentions are there, but hey, on the other side, maybe there's something, an end game. Beginning in the 1880s, a group of well-heeled white men would travel to upstate New York each year to attend the Lake Mohonk Conference of the Friend of the Indian. Their primary focus was a solution to the Indian problem, right? The need for the government to deal with the Native American groups living in lands that have been forcibly seized from them. The Plains Wars had decimated the Native American population, but they were coming to an end. There was a general feeling among these men and other US leaders that the remaining Native Americans would be wiped out within a generation or two, destroyed by disease and starvation. So this is what, even though this bro here, right, he coined the term. Look at him. That's him. Richard Henry Pratt. He coins the term, per se, racism. That's racism, man. But for him, it's almost like he's saying racism is not cool, like for the meaning of what he's saying. But then he comes and says, kill all these people. You know what I'm saying? It's very, like I say, upside down, right side up. So sometimes they do want to do a good thing. So he's saying, yeah, man, this racism sucks. But I don't like this race. I don't like, that's racism. As a part of what we know it as today, racism, somebody who that is still the case, but he's using it in a positive, like pejorative, to say, well, we need more segregation, or we shouldn't have segregation because it's not racism. Racism is not segregating or segregating. Segregating is racism to him. Anyway, so these guys did this, and Pratt in particular was a staunch advocate of folding Native Americans into white life, assimilation through education. So you see, assimilation through education, even multiculturalism, assimilation, integration. Not to say that segregation is good. That the way we use the word segregation is in a negative, but it shouldn't be that. It should be more about just being good with who you are, right? Without having to buy into this in life. But that's what it was. So he persuaded Congress to let him test out his ideas, and they gave him an abandoned military post to be set up a boarding school for Native children. So you can imagine how that went, knowing the history, right? He was able to convince many Native Americans to send their kids. Of course, they had reasons to be skeptical of Pratt, giving the dubious history of white promises to Indians. These chiefs were smart men, said Grace Chalier, a professor of Native American studies. They saw the handwriting on the wall. They knew their children were going to need to be educated in the ways of the dominant culture, or they weren't going to survive. So this is what happened, right? He pushed for the total erasure of native cultures among his students. No bilingualism was accommodated at these boarding schools. So language was forbidden, because I believe in immersing the Indians in our civilization, and when we get them under, holding them there until they are thoroughly soaked. In Indian civilization, I am a Baptist, Pratt once told the convention of Baptist ministers. So he's like, the language, even though, right, the natives have lost language, his language is saying, hey, you know what? He's just a sweet talker. But that's why the power of words. So when we run around now in this 21st century with the word racism, 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 maybe there's not enough power in the word anymore, because the word alone came out of the mouth of somebody who was already racist. What would we have called it as Black people back then? We probably wouldn't have called it racism, because there was no real term, analogy, or study let's say, that was so prevalent and even infused in the educational system that we saw as much, even after Darwin's theory, right? Because that was pretty big enough. But even then, prior to that, as you can see, and even now, we can see how that still is in effect, right? And he only was able to do it by saying it was Christianized. So they had to go to church. And once again, we know the stories that are more than uh, tragic for what's been happening to the native First Nation people. Shout out to my First Nation people. Where are you? Miigwech, shout out. Make some noise. Do something. Do some shit, as we say. Because we know you guys are having a really difficult time. My Inuit brothers and sisters up there, up in the north of Canada, right? We haven't heard anything from them. So I'm hoping everybody is good. Because if things are not good, speak up. We know the water wasn't good for a minute. We don't know even the result of what the illness that had happened in the last 2 years, what has happened to a lot of the communities since. Like I said, blacks have it tough, but First Nation people, at least in Canada, man, like I said, I don't want to see you guys disappear. I don't want to see my people disappear. We're all related. But, it's when you hear like every 10, 20 years, oh, they're digging up something and they find these bones. It's not the first time. When I heard this even last summer, of course, young people who weren't around for 20 years, oh, I didn't know this. I didn't know. All those old people were saying, oh, I'm shocked. They're all full of crap. They all knew because we've been hearing this forever. Every 20 years, they're pulling up graves. And it's not just of natives. I'm sure there's many melanated kings and queens buried because we've been everywhere, right? Forever. So with that being said, unfortunately, after all of this, there's one problem I needed to, actually one point. Racism remains a force of enormous consequence in American life, yet no one can be accused of perpetrating it without kicking up a grand fight. No one ever says, yeah, I was a little bit racist. I'm sorry. That's in part because racists in our cultural conversations have become inhuman. They're fairy tale villains and thus can be real. And there's a very good point, even to the nuance of it. Like we're normalizing it just like, let's say, how we never thought we would normalize, what the Fuhrer was doing in the Second World War. But now we're normalizing. We're like, you know what? We're a lot cooler now. We're more chiller right wing. We gave you some medicine. We sent you to space. Let us live like, okay. But doesn't mean you have to exterminate everybody else who's not down with you. That's the issue. There's no nuance to these public fights. As a veteran crisis manager told my colleague, someone is either a racist and therefore an inhumane monster, or they're an actual complex human being and therefore, by definition, incapable of being a racist. Last Monday, a woman named Emily Johnson Dickerson died. She was the last person in the world who spoke the only Chickasaw language. That's a reality interlaced with the difficult legacy of Richard Henry Pratt. So you see, the term is an abstraction now, right? And it's one of those terms, like I said, we have to look at words, and words have power. Letters have power. Intonation has power. Look at that. Can't find him. Can't find anything on it. So I guess this happens also, right? Like it happens to us, it can happen to anybody, regardless if you're native. Moving on. Racism is the belief that groups of humans possess different behavioral traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on the superiority of one race over another. It may also mean prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against other people because they are of different race or ethnicity. Okay, so they say social perception of biological difference and all this business. At the end of the day, even like, okay, just before I finish that thought. There have been attempts to legitimize racist beliefs through scientific means, right? We covered that already. And here's the thing. This here, this encyclopedic terminology here of, once again, it's lightening it. It's like lightening it, right? Because it may also mean this, right? This, but it's also about this over another race. Now here's my brain pick, and I'm not gonna even stay long on this. If that was the case, how come we never? I mean, I don't know any bros or any Africans that have that superiority. Even though we have people say, "Oh, because we got what's it called, black extremists and Afrocentric," and that's probably the most freaking preposterous thing I've ever had because we don't have power. And if it was the case, if we were ruling the world, like I'm saying, like the kings and queens here, like we know, if we seen like I saw today in the NATO, they're taking a picture and all this business, and I was like, wow, not even one bro. And I have to say bro because we do have a lot of sisters that get involved, but this is deliberate. They don't want guys like me or who are uh, as we say in the politically correct language, cis male black heterosexual, right? Because you could look at that and you could say, well, people look at there's nothing superior about us because we don't even have the power or the chance to be taken like that. So I have a bit of an issue when we say, oh well, racism could be based on superior because it's for us it's always the same. We don't have no superiority over another race except the people who and I use this word in recognition instead of like we'll say the NZ word, we call them Mzungu. Mzungu people in African style, which is the people of and this I say this because words matter. It's not all white people. It's not all black people. Because you can have racist black people who don't like black people. Right? When white people come up and say, "Oh, well, blacks can be racist too," yes, they can. They can be racist against their own people. Why? Because they learned it from you. Well, black people can be racist against white people. Listen, when I was a kid, I used to go to a corner store. A guy from the Middle East every day, and I'm only going to say it for this, right? Because this is how passionate and how real it was. He would say, "Yes, effing Inger," every day. Yes, what do you? Yes, do you? I'm only twisting my words because I don't want to say what he said, but you can imagine going to the store. What you want to do? What you want, potato head? Yes, potato head. Every fucking day, every day. What you want? Potato head. This went on when I went to the store. I was like a kid, right? 13. This went on until I was like 19, 20. Now, you could say, well, you didn't do anything. No, because it was like the 80s. What are you going to do? In Montreal? They'd look at you and say, well, we can't arrest him. He's obviously superior to you. You get it? Heck, and back then it used to be real. I've had friends who are still my friends today, but they did stupid shit when we were young. I've had a friend who tried to whip me with a branch. This kid had German roots, right? I had an Irish friend who told me I shouldn't, did I ever think about taking my life because it sucks being black. So I don't know any bro or any sister as a like uh, as a group, as an organization, as a people, as anything, even individually, who will pull that and say those things, right? We could not have the integrity or even the vileness or be preposterous enough to go up to somebody and do that. Now, like I said, in my case, when I was called, hey, yes, uh, fudgy Negro, okay? What do you want, fudgy Negro? Yes, fudgy Negro. What do you want, fudgy Negro? in the accent. And I'm like, buddy, I'm born here. You just came here and you taught me, but I couldn't do anything. Right? So when I hear it and I hear people say, oh, well, blacks can be racist. Yeah, maybe now we can. I know I sure could be because I grew up knowing these, the sins of that. And at the same time, I met people like literally, who, yeah, I had been friends with, people whose families were ex-Nazis. And like I mentioned previously, they were actually not like the people you hear now. A lot of them look back and they say, yeah, there was some whack stuff we were doing back then. They know better. That's why age is a blessing when you can get old enough to get wise, but not everybody does. So that's my little rant on that whole thing. So racism, and it's a lot deeper and a lot longer in the sense that conventions were set up even before they say, according, they have this on racial discrimination. There's no distinction between racial and ethnic, and scientifically, even if they're all about how not cool it is, it still the word it still permeates everywhere. It permeates at least in black culture. Racism is a rarely modern concept arising from the European age of imperialism. Ta-da! A policy or ideology of extending rule over people and other countries, such as Belgium, right? With those great, what happened in Congo, for an example. And that is the subsequent growth of capitalism. So, capitalism begets imperialism, right? Actually, let's go back a little. Colonialism builds capitalism, and then arises the age of imperialism. Capitalism is an economic system based on the private ownership of the means of production and their operation for profit. Okay? And especially the Atlantic slave trade, right? 16th to the 19th century, 400 years, folks. Racism has played a role in genocides and such as the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the genocide of the Serbs, as well as colonial projects, including the European colonization of the Americas, Africa, and Asia, as well as the Soviet deportation of indigenous minorities. Indigenous people have been and are often subject. So this thing now that we call the racism, it's now, well, it's been a while, but what I find interesting is how, at least in Western culture, we're still taught that it can happen to anyone, but it's also being put in the genocides. Now we know what was happening in Germany, right? A lot of the Nazis went up to the hills there. I think it's Tibet, if I'm correct. I'm not going to check it right now, but they went to measure people, and thus they were saying that because they are Aryan, they are a different race compared to the Ashkenazi. So that, the way they're saying is they taken racism and saying yes, because those folks, even just like what we see today in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine, they're not looking at it as white on white. We kind of got to get over that, because even though they're cousins, they're not looking at it at that. They're looking at, like, okay, as a people, there's one group, from how I'm seeing this, one group is coming around saying, well, they're not saying superior, but we are definitely getting a good propaganda machine of saying how important it is to help a group of people that, from what I've understood and from what I was reading, has a military that's spread out with members who conscribe to the belief that, okay, you have the right to exist for your genetic superiority, but anyone who doesn't have the genetic superiority, well, they should be wiped out. So maybe today we don't hear, like, oh, well, we're going to put internment camps. Well, not yet anyway. We haven't heard, but maybe some of this I've heard, like whatever they call it, the Walmart buildings and storage houses. But we haven't heard it, like, let's say, like how it was such like the Armenian genocide or of the Serbs, right? We know at, at least the best of it and the good news of it, situations like the Holocaust, the survivors are still here and the survivors did survive. But when it comes to the melanated kingdom, black people, nah, man, we don't have anything. If anything, we could say the word genocide and Holocaust, right? But because, I mean, it's still happening to us. And it's even our own people who are doing it. But that's not just because we want to do that. It's also a lot of the cause of it is the influence, the lack of opportunities, the injustices of how the law has been set up, and of course, the influence of the parties and the lobbyists that make that happen, right? So, what's happening today? We don't see a lot of the groups that went through this stuff. It's happening, let's say, like now in Europe. But you know what? It's probably happening to people who are more looking like us. That's what I'm saying. So that word racism, I don't know. Who could use it? Everybody? Can the people who, the situation what's going on now between Russia and Ukraine, is it racism? Or let's say the Ukrainian versus the Russian genetics? Or is it just as much as racism for the Muslims that live there, for the people of color that live there? Anyways, I move on. How unlocking the secrets of African DNA could change the world. The continent genomic data could spur a scientific revolution. Why have we ignored it for so long? It is now 1:22 a.m. 2022, March 25th. We're almost going to be done. It's now Thursday. Actually, we're now Friday. So more than 7,000 years ago, during the last green Sahara period, when the vast North African desert was rain-fed and lush, a child was born with extraordinary powers and the seed of a curse. Okay, locked inside the child was a genetic mutation that gave a heightened immunity to malaria. Over the following 259 generations, the disease would become the deadliest in human history. Indian scribes of the Vedic period called it the king of diseases. Malaria hastened Rome's fall. It killed up to 300 million people in the 20th century alone, 1 in every 20 deaths. The child survived because of a change in the hemoglobin, the molecule in red blood cells that carries oxygen, which was then passed on to its descendants. The mutation persisted because it was a means of survival in malarial sub-Saharan Africa, but its potency held a dark secret. So they're saying that yes, these genes went on, and the red blood cells collapsed into crescents, clogging their blood vessels. The result is what we now call sickle cell anemia, a painful, sometimes deadly genetic disorder that affects 300,000 babies every year, mostly in Africa. And it was established in the 1950s, that magic 1950s, and had a profound impact on the field of human molecular genetics. But the existence of the child, which may be crucial in finding a cure, was not discovered until 2018. So, when we're mapping and hearing about the genome, there's so much that, as we hear now, the scientists are still trying to find out that what comes from the melanated person, right? A 13-year effort to list all of the roughly 3 billion letters that make up a person's DNA. 3 billion letters. Can you imagine that? It was completed in 2003. Since then, the reference genome that scientists use to conduct their research has steadily grown. And yes, talking about that. The continent of Africa represents what I would like to call the root and trunk of human evolutionary history. We have lived we have lived the longest as humans on the African continent, and that has very, very important implications for understanding how forces that existed on the continent helped shape present-day human genomes, either in terms of how to survive infectious diseases or survive the environment. Researchers, academic, drug companies, and startups around the world have recently woken up to the potential that Africa offers. A consortium of roughly 500 African scientists is conducting groundbreaking research on the genetic causes of blindness, Alzheimer, cancer, kidney disease, and other afflictions under the umbrella of the H3 Africa program. Right? And it was also funded by these guys and this. This is one of the scientists. And so that's Charles Rotimi of the U.S. National Institutes of Health. There are things in the human genome that we cannot study anywhere else but on the African continent because of the evolutionary history of humanity. So this is what he's saying. And we already know that. Thing is, with all these people getting involved to try and find out how to cure certain things and find out what that missing link is, right? I don't know if you heard what I was reading before. This malaria thing came out, and the kids, the African kids, it didn't hit anybody for the longest time, but it was hitting everybody else until sickle cell anemia came around. So, and I'm saying this because it's a very, all these things that come around, even though we have our own bros in Africa, that whole thing with Africa, the continent, something's going to have to, give if we are ever to be a people. And it starts with Africa because that's where you have the most black people, period, right? Even if you have us everywhere. But I don't know, it's going to be quite a daunting task to bring and unite when we're all over, and Africa's the only place really, right, where that everybody took advantage of, everybody, like raped the land and everything, literally, and yet the continent itself is so disconnected in a certain way because of all the different countries, right, and the chiefs and whatnot. We just, maybe the outside influence of politics doesn't make it so, because we're all in the, utopia should be for everyone, the full world, right? We all want peace, but it's not the case when you have, once again, that trick word racism, or that, that whole the science of editing melanin. Hey, you want to edit genes, that's one thing, but chances are, if you're going to touch that, right? Just want to see here and just, wrap this one up, but yeah, there was one part I found this interesting. There is, however, concern about who will ultimately own Africa's genomic data. Boom. That's what I'm saying. A US official told the FT last month that the Trump administration wanted to block China's plans to build an $80 million headquarters for the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in large part because Africa's vast amounts of genomic data. The Chinese want to eventually steal the data, the official said. Beijing called the allegation ridiculous. But even then, right, look, scientists in Africa are grappling with the complex ethical implication of practicing in extensive science on a continent with a long history of exploitation from abroad. 99% of our evolutionary history occurred in Africa. Modern humans emerged there 200,000 years ago. About 100,000 years later, small groups of our collective ancestors began a procreational march around the world, right? And they took with them just a fraction of our genetic diversity. So all of this to say, and once again, you can check this and read this on uh, on the website of Financial Times. Two copies of the hemoglobin genes sit in each of those cells. So this is all about the cells. I don't want to really read too much into it, just a bit, just so you guys can get an idea. Because I know, once again, I do this also because I know there's a lot of folks out there who don't like to read. They'd rather hear what we have to say. So I'm going to do that. Inside each human cell is a nucleus with about 20,000 genes made up of strands of DNA that contain four chemicals called nucleotides or bases. The entire human genome, which includes all of the person's genes, contains 3.2 billion pairs of those bases, lettered A, C, T, and G, which provide the blueprint for how our cells function. Two copies of the hemoglobin gene sit in each of those cells. For some Africans, one of them is normal, A, and one of them is mutated, S. They carry the sickle cell trait but don't suffer from the disease. Roughly a quarter of Nigerians are AS. The country accounts for half of the babies born with the disease each year. So the sickle cell is there. And when I was a kid, I heard it. Knock wood. I'm glad I didn't have to go that route. But I did hear this was coming around, and I do recall when I was a child. Um, One of the things that we were talking about was the fact that I needed iron, right? Iron and of course the right kind of foods. Like, of course, we eat a lot of peas, black eyed peas. I mean, I can't say this for everyone. I'm no doctor here, but I'm just saying that's when my blood was low and my mom had concerns, right? Because that did happen, and she went to the concern of sickle cell. She didn't have it, but there was a concern of that. The doctor at the time, this is like 72 or something like that. He told my mother, you know what, he just needs some iron. And yeah, she used to get this thing called pinkerfer. I don't think they have it anymore. But this was something, it tasted like iron, dark. It was really delicious. And that gave me enough energy and, blood to go. So that was that for me. But I do notice, and I do know that this is something that unfortunately does hit a lot of people in the melanated nation. So I just wanted to cover that. Thanks to us, we don't know what the future will be for that, but for now, we know that, of course, you know who your great, 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 great grandparents are, right? And thanks to us, we can probably heal the world unless we get hacked or stolen by other nefarious forces. Okay, so let's see what we have here. There's probably some. Oh, this is about the some background on the fall of Rome. So, Roman fever, which is the malaria we were talking about. Today in the West, most people have forgotten how deadly malaria used to be, although there were serious malarial epidemics in many parts of Italy as recently as the 1950s. But each year, mainly in Africa, it still kills over 2 million people, most of them children. While there are several mentions of a disease sounding very similar to malaria in historical documents from Roman times, there has never been any hard evidence of its presence. So these kind of diseases like smallpox, right? I have to wonder where these things come from. I feel that a lot of them are not as natural because God can't be so wicked to be making all kind of plagues like that, right? So this was a killer in imperial Rome. At the height, the Roman Empire stretched from Scotland in the northern hemisphere to the deserts of Africa in the south. The empire lasted for over 500 years, although its eastern part, the Byzantine Empire, lasted for several more centuries. When the empire collapsed, hordes of barbarian armies, including the infamous Vandal pirates, invaded Italy throughout the 5th century AD. Rome was transformed from a bustling city of millions to a provincial town of a few thousand surrounded by swamps. The anarchy of the Dark Ages had begun. Hmm. So what, were the foreign invaders the kids? One element that's largely been ignored by researchers is the role of the disease and epidemics in contributing to the fall of Rome. So this American archaeologist, Rizwan, behind the new theory that malaria played a key part. He's an expert on Roman antiquity, having dug at several sites. Okay, so this guy went to do the excavation, and they found child skeletons, 7 more child skeletons, and soon more and more babies were being uncovered. You see, this is just what I'm saying. In the end, Soren and his team excavated 47 children, but there's probably more. The oldest was just 3 years old, most were much younger, over half had died in the womb. That's interesting. It is the largest children's cemetery ever found on Roman times. They uncovered the babies. The archaeologists began to find the remains of puppies. It soon became clear that these puppies had been sacrificed. They had literally been torn apart and then placed in the grave as part of the burial ritual. Most of them had been decapitated. So they're saying the villagers were afraid of, I guess, the kids, because you know what? Melanated people were everywhere, right? You would think even in Roman times it was just like just Eurocentric white people. No, no. So the pestilence, right, comes from what we're saying. Like at least when it comes to malaria, it wiped out everybody. It's known that malaria originated in Central Africa and then spread north. And of course, it probably came with the trade. One way the malaria reached mainland Italy was by cargo ship. So if there were some kids on the cargo ship too, that could have been, right? Passengers on the boats could be carrying the malaria in their bloodstream. A water barrel on board can contain mosquito larvae. So, all right, we see. So my question here is, well, when the malaria came around, right, and then we, as we're reading it, probably traveled by boat. Was that for revenge, or was that God's way of saying, getting even for what the Romans did? Food for thought. Moving on. As we're wrapping up, 1:37 a.m. Thank you for chilling out. Like I said, this is a more mundane broadcast, just to keep you aware of the news, the important news, and at the same time, let's go into a little deep study of the things that make the news and the community to what it is today. So, as we know now, we're into the what, almost the end of the month, if not. We've been in this, well, we hear, when I say we, melanated people who have been brought into this global conflict, right? So when Black people faced discrimination in Ukraine, 3 Black women stepped in to get them out of the country. Thank God. Look at that, 3,000 views. I've never seen like a 3,000 views like that, but this happened last week. I pray that everyone's doing better or getting out, because we haven't heard anything. So the legacies are not even telling us what the update is within that whole situation about people of color. And it's not just Blacks, it's Muslims, it's, so many other, even Asians, whatnot. Indian people are not being allowed to get out. This is what's really happening. So in light of course, even how good Black people are and how nice we are, because we've recently heard HSBC, HUB, the American college system, HUBC, HUSBC. I'm sorry, I can't really think of the term. HUBC. Okay, I'll figure that out. But that the university just recently invited or took in or wanted to take in 50 people who were coming from the Ukraine. Now, what I understand is the Ukraine do not, at least at this point, the military and everything that's happening, people can't leave. So the people who could leave are the native Ukrainians, but a lot of the people of color, as we've seen in recent videos last week, especially, they're not being allowed to board trains. So my question is, what on earth is happening with them today? It's already 1:39 a.m. It's the 25th of March, 2022. It's Friday, a weekend. Are these people eating? How are they surviving? Please even for legacy, I would hope you guys can have it in your heart to at least give us a heartbeat, because we know, despite the marches and the thing for peace, we have to not lose sight of what's really going on. So Patricia Daly, um, Tukumbo, I'm just going to scroll it down here to read the names. Patricia Daly, Tukumbo Koki, Corinne Sky are helping Black people leave Ukraine. So these three queens, brave queens, and it's sad, it's only three. We should have more kings and queens. They're the ones who took it upon themselves to do that, right? The disturbing news of the Russian invasion of Ukraine took an equally upsetting turn when reports began detailing the racism Black people faced when trying to leave the country. The treatment of Black people trying to leave a country they're not from shows that no matter how dire the situation, racism still exists. Many Black people worldwide have noted and called out the country under attack. Three Black women decided to do something about it. So that prompted Patricia Daly, Tukumbo Koiki, and Corinne Sky to create the Black Women for Black Lives, BW4BL. This organization raises money to rescue Black lives, especially students, from the chaotic and stressful process of leaving the Ukraine. The women have set up accounts on GoFundMe and PayPal to help Africans and Afro-Caribbeans leave the war-torn country. So I think that's amazing. I think that's beautiful. Since the BWFEL launch, it has been nothing short of a success, raising more than $86,700. That's brilliant, to help more than 950 Black people who needed assistance leaving Ukraine, according to Travel Noir. All right, and they got Airbnb, which is, hey, big up. You see, not everybody is bad and cold. The media will try and make you believe, oh, well, there's more of them, and it's really not. Even though you do see, it's not. And a lot of it is showboating. A lot of it is staging, right? So they're still fleeing and settling in other countries are accommodated for up to 14 days. So here's the, if you want to go on Twitter, this is what it is. Thank you for your support. And look at that. And these are some of the transfers that have been sent out. So the members of the organization told Travel Noir that since starting, 5 or more people have joined the movement, BW4BL, volunteering their time, knowledge, and energy to the effort of helping Black people leave Ukraine. So this is for all of you. Hey, you know what? If you want to put something and put your money where your mouth is, this is the place to do it. According to NPR, more than 600 people have died in the war and more than 1,000 others have been injured. And of course, this is last week, right? So just double that. So yeah, this is what's really going on, and I really wonder what the update is. So if the legacy wouldn't mind, would you mind like just giving us a little heads up, because really, it's not cool. All right, that we have to go through this. I hear what's happening, and I do sympathize with the folks that are actually going through this. But once again, open your eyes and see the narrative of what's happening. If okay, so I've been out there 2 years ago, just before the big sickness happened, and it was an amazing time. I've been to Kiev. You know, Kiev. Well, it's eh, I would say yes. I would give it okay. On 100, I would say 70, because I was there with a friend. I was going to visit a friend, and actually, I was alone on the trip to go visit my friend, so I had to be there on my own. And so, and I did make two other beautiful young women out there who were there to kind of help me and rescue me when I had missed a flight going to Belarus. And yeah, Ukraine, uh, Kiev. I remember waiting for my plane, the plane I missed, and I had asked the guards because they had a lot of military guards there. I found that very interesting. And military guards everywhere, and they were kind of weird. But you could tell if people are jiving with you. But these guys were kind of around, and I didn't get good directions, so I missed my plane. Long story short, and for a minute I couldn't get any help. I was stuck out there. It was pretty crazy stuff, man. And then I met two fascinating young women out there who kind of helped me, and I ended up staying over. I did a layover, as we call it, in Kiev. and I hit a few bars because that's what I do. I met a few people. I'm one of the people that I go with the people, right? So the reactions were, yeah. I mean, you have black people out there, right? So the reactions to, when I was out there, I met people. I met a few, as we say, Facebook friends and all of that, and yeah, but it wasn't as warm maybe as Belarus or Minsk. Minsk was a quite a lot warmer, seeing that maybe they might have been used to seeing more of me, but that was my experience, right? Poland was a whole different can of worms. Poland, well, wasn't as, let's say, boogie down. So all of that to say that it's different strokes for different folks. However, it's not going to be perfect anywhere. But my experience was that, hey, you know what? I didn't have it bad. It wasn't so crazy, but I can, compared to North America, yeah, so I can only imagine if I was stuck there just by a plane and the stress of that. Imagine being stuck there and you can't get out. But that's just to say, once again, I can't say that everybody who's from Ukraine actually is down with what everybody in Ukraine's doing. See what I'm saying? That's why, what's up with the black people in Ukraine? What's up with the Muslims? What's up with the Asians? What's up with the Indian? What's up with anybody? The children, the babies, right? Because we're hearing about a specific group of people. And I find that extremely worrisome. So I'm very worried about the folks out there. And I hear they can't even leave and they have to join the military. So what's going on? Right? You haven't heard anything, especially our brave black men who want to go out there and fight for them. I've heard there was a few bros who went. What's up with them? Are they alive? Are they doing okay? I hope so. So this is it. The website, Black Women for Black Lives. Doesn't sound like a Black Lives Matter type of thing. This is completely different. So you can help and aid black people fleeing Ukraine. And I would have to imagine there's probably also, and this is the sad thing when we talk about racism. There'll probably be some people who say, well, if it's only black, we should help everybody else. But the thing is, the reason why this exists is because no one's freaking helping us, right? Even I'm sure if, like I know the Indians who are stuck there, they're getting help. If anybody else, Asians are getting, but black people, you're getting nothing. And here you go with the let me see here. I might as well look it up. What is it? HSBU? HBCU. Maybe is that it? Yeah. Okay. It's the HBCU. And yeah. So they now recently faced some backlash. Well, at least a couple of days they were facing backlash. Now apparently it's going through. So this one says that, yeah, we offered this HBCU, Hampton University, to offer summer room and board to Ukrainian students for free. So I'm like, okay, good. But okay, does this, like, who are these students? Are you talking about the black students? Because if that's great. But the word is that it's not. So it's become more and more heartbreaking, although our prayers are with Ukrainians from all walks of life. We're especially sending well wishes to the youth out there that are having their education interrupted by census war. Okay, that's cute. The good people over at Hampton apparently feel the same way, so much that the prestigious HBCU will be offering a full ride to a handful of disenfranchised Ukrainian students to continue their studies at the Virginia campus this summer. So, they call it a humanitarian effort, right? And this is the retiring school president, Dr. William R. Harvey, confirming that the invitation 50 to 100 Ukrainian and international students. So, I mean, I get it. I think that's great. And once again, because we're so nice and we're so, we'll even diss our own. And once again, folks will say, but this is the right thing. But then Why should we lose life at the expense of people who don't give a crap about us? Next. So that was the HBCU. That's what's going on there. So you can donate to these sisters out here. Next. The history of childhood. This is something I wanted to cover real quick because once again, I was talking about how the media is influencing us, and a lot of us are talking about children in this, right? Now, I think children are cool, but at the same time, you have to remember children and teenagers, young adults, this is all a market. And I just want to show you a quick example. The history of childhood has been a topic of interest in social history since the highly influential book Centuries of Childhood. All right, and this was a book that was written a long time, 1960, on the history of childhood. And yeah, it's a famous book, published by French historian Philippe Ariz in 1960. He argued childhood as a concept was created by modern society. Ariz studied paintings, gravestone furniture, and school records. He found that before the 17th century, children were represented as mini adults. So that's true, right? I mean, it was very different. Kids didn't have any rights, and they were like little mini people, right? They were like with the Spartans, you would hear that a lot of the boys would, be put in the Spartan army and they'd have to learn to fight and tough it out. And back then, it wasn't like we had how we say, the nuclear or the constructed family, right? Because things even like marriage, stuff like that, is different. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. Um, Children's rights under the law with the onset of industrialization in England, right? This is when they started building all the steampunk and engines of the time, new manufacturing processes in Great Britain and Europe, and this was in the period of 1760 between 1820, 1840, right? So this was hand production to machines. So kids would be working in that. Kids were so expendable, I guess. And don't forget, the orphan was forever there. So especially back then, you had a lot of orphans. Fortunately, a lot of these kids ended up, going to fight in wars too. So with the industrialization, growing divergence between high-minded romantic ideals of childhood and the reality of growing magnitude of child exploitation in the world in the workplace became increasingly apparent. Although child labor was common in pre-industrial times, the children would generally help their parents with the farming or cottage craft. By the late 18th century, however, children were especially employed at the factories and mines as chimney sweeps. Chimney, right? Often working long hours and dangerous jobs. So we know about this. And then they had to make some laws, right? From the 1830s, reformers attacked child labor onward. And of course, with Charles Dixon's, the media had to put that out, right? With Oliver, is it Oliver? Did he write that? Yeah. And so much fictional characters, right? All about the kids in the Victorian era, right? And of course, with that, that's when we had the Factory Acts, a series of acts passed by Parliament of the United Kingdom to regulate the conditions of industrial employment, which included, of course, yeah, the kids maybe not really work in these places. Lord Shaftesbury, following the death of his father, he was probably the one who got that bill on the go, right? They introduced the bills to mitigate the exploitation of children at the workplace, which I'm sure they were more than even the injuries. In 1833, he introduced the 10 Hours Act to regulate conditions of industrial employment. So it wasn't for the kids, but the 10-Hour Act is from what established, like, eventually our 8-hour work day. Because before that, I guess, people were probably working all kinds, and hey, you got, if it was going to be $5, the boss give you 1 penny, that type of thing. So children working in cotton and woolen industries must be age 9 or above, right? And of course, it was raised to 12 in 1901. And long story short, modern childhood, today, it's still going on. That's why we hear about all the factories that are not in America or North America, right? So the kid has been around for a while, but the kid, especially in the 20th century, woof, they were big, an intense interest in using institutions, right? Like play, suburban homes, and designed everything. So with the invention of the child per se, as a property or as a market, yeah, they had to design houses, and that's how they were developing the family. Producers of children's television program worked to spark creativity. That's when I was a kid, right? PBS was brilliant. Educational toys too. That happened. But that, okay, the emphasis was reversed in the 80s as public policy emphasized test scores. School principals downplayed anything that was not being scored on standardized tests. And then the cell phone era, so that's what happened. So, yeah, kids developing their voices and whatnot, especially after the 1950s, right? And after the war, that's when anything with the propaganda of the era and the new world order of that time, which I believe was the new world order, starting its effect. Well, those kids are who are running our world now. Let's say as the president of the United States, right? So moving on, Book of Judges. We're going to cover that a little further, but I just wanted to kind of do some quick reading because we live in a world and we're hearing about the judges and what is this? What is this? Do we have any justice? Right. So I just wanted to kind of get to the chase. Prologue. The book opens with the Israelites in the land that God promised to them, but worshiping foreign gods instead of Yahweh, the God of Israel, and with the Canaanites still present everywhere. Chapters 1, 2, 5 are thus a confession of failure, while chapters 2:6 to 3:6 are major summary and reflection from the Deuteronomists. The opening thus sets out the pattern which these stories in the main text will follow. Israel does evil in the eyes of Yahweh. The people are given into the hands of their enemies and cry out to Yahweh. Yahweh raises up a leader. The spirit of Yahweh comes upon the leader. The leader manages to defeat the enemy, and peace is regained. Once peace is regained, Israel does right and receives Yahweh's blessings for a time, but relapses later into doing evil and repeats the pattern above. So Judges follows the book of Joshua and opens with a reference to Joshua's death. So book of Joshua, if you want to research, is the sixth book in the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Old Testament, and is the first book of the Deuteronomistic history, the story of Israel from the conquest of Canaan to the Babylonian exile. It tells the campaigns of the Israelites in central, southern, right? So it's the story, yeah, in central, southern. Oops, I think when that happens. Chapter 1 commences on, yeah, okay. And presents the first of three important moments in Joshua marked with major speeches and reflections by the main characters. Here, first God, and then Joshua make speeches about the goal of conquest of the promised land. So this is all about the promised land that was promised, and how this relates to today, right, is, I would say, very pertinent, right? Because the story of Israel from the conquest of Canaan to the Babylon exile and the campaigns of the Israelites were a confederation of Semitic speaking tribes, Afro Semitic speaking tribes in the ancient Near East, who during the Iron Age inhabited a part of Canaan. So in central, southern, and northern Canaan, the destruction of their enemies and the division of the land among the 12 tribes, framed by two set piece speeches. The first by God commanding the conquest of the land, and at the end, the second by Joshua, warning of the need for faithful observance of law, Torah revealed to Moses. Yeah, so that's something to probably take a look in. It wasn't completed until the Neo-Babylonian Empire, also known as the Second Babylonian Empire, and historically known as the Chaldean Empire, the last of the Mesopotamian empires to be ruled by monarchs native to Mesopotamia. So the 12 tribes, just real quick, are according to Hebrew scriptures the descendants of the biblical patriarch Jacob, known as Israel, through his 12 sons to his wives, Leah and Rachel, and his concubines Bilhah and Zilpah, right? She's a handmaid, and Zilpah, who collectively formed the Israelite nation. Some modern scholars dispute whether there was ever a 12 Israelite tribes and think that the number 12 is more likely signifies a symbolic invented tradition as part of a national founding myth. This is what they're saying. So, following the tribal period, two related Israelite kingdoms known as Israel and Judah, right, were two related Israelite kingdoms from the Iron Age period of the ancient southern Levant. So they emerged during the monarchistic period. United monarchy. So this is when everyone was united, is the name given to United Israel Kingdom of Israel and Judah during the reigns of Saul, David, and Solomon. As depicted in the Hebrew Bible, it is traditionally dated to have lasted between 1047 before Christ era and 930 BCE. So they say modern Jews and Samaritans are both descended from the Israelites. I don't know what's so difficult about trying to believe that when here you go, you have folks that, are not down with their roots. The Israelite story begins with some of the culture heroes of the Jewish people, the patriarchs. The Torah traces the Israelites to the patriarch Jacob, grandson of Abraham, who was renamed Israel after a mysterious incident in which he wrestles all night with God or an angel. Jacob's 12 sons, in order of birth, Reuben, right? Simeon, Levi, Judah. He looks like a bro. They look a bro. Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, Benjamin became the ancestors of 12 tribes with the exception of Joseph, whose two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, became tribal eponyms. So these are the mothers. See, I always like to look up the mothers, who the people are. Leah, Rachel, favorite of Jacob's two wives, Bilhah and Zilpah. So Jacob and his sons are forced by famine to go down to Egypt. Although Joseph was already there, he had been sold into slavery while young. When they arrive, they and their families are 70 in number, but within 4 generations they have increased to 600,000 men of fighting age. And the Pharaoh of Egypt, alarmed, first enslaves them and then orders the death of all male Hebrew children. So we have Passover coming and all. So this is something for you to know, right? A woman from the tribe of Levi hides her child, places him in a woven basket, and sends him down the Nile River. And that's Moshe, right? And an Egyptian woman finds him, being a Hebrew baby. They award the Hebrew woman the task of raising him. Mother of Moses volunteers, and the child and his mother are reunited. So, just before all of this business happens with Moses, right, and the God of Israel, right, is the eternal supreme being who created and preserves all things. In Judaism, God has been conceived, in a variety of ways. Traditionally, Judaism holds that Yahweh, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the national God of the Israelites, delivered the Israelites. So, we all know the 10 Commandments, right? But I just wanted to cover this just to show that, at the end of the day, what I'm going to say, we're all related. Generations of Noah. 2:04 a.m. We're almost done, folks. Thank you for hanging in. Once again, don't forget to subscribe and give a thumbs up. This is just a general, mundane, but yet important, necessary education as you get it. Generations of Noah, or the Table of Nations, broadly referred to as Origin Gentium. So I just wanted to check this out. The term nations to describe the descendants is a standard English translation of the Hebrew word goyim. Modern Hebrew and Yiddish, a goy is a term for a Gentile, a non-Jew. Through Yiddish, the word has been adopted into English also to mean Gentile, sometimes with a pejorative sense. Okay? It doesn't have the same, but goyim doesn't have the same intonation. So, the list of 70 names introduced for the first time several well-known ethonyms and toponyms. The origins of the meanings, and ethonyms is name applied to the group. So, such as Noah's three sons, Shem, right? Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So, German scholars in this school, that popular school with the style of historiography, and the University of Göttingen in the late 18th century, right? Group of historians played an important role in creating scientific basis for historical research. And they were also responsible for coining scientific racism, pseudoscientific belief that empirical evidence exists to support or justify racism, racial inferiority, or racial superiority. Right? So this is what happened there with that. So so the names and the races came with that. Certain of Noah's grandsons were also used for names of the peoples from Elam, Ashur, Aram, Cush, and Canaan were derived, respectively, from Elamites. So this is where the names came from. So I just want to get here quick. I don't want to speak too long on this. So Genesis flood narrative tells how Noah and his three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with the wives, were saved from the deluge. Shem's descendants, right? Okay, so Shem's descendants, okay, come from Genesis, gives one list of descendants of Shem. And Hashem names Abraham and thus the Arabs and the Israelites in the view of some 17th century European scholars. Native American peoples of North and South America, Eastern Persian, the Indias descended from Shem, possibly through his descendant Jockey. So some modern creationists identify Shem as the progenitor of Y chromosome haplogroup IJ. That's interesting. And hence haplogroups common in Northern Europe and J common in the Middle East. So this is where we believe the light skinness happened, right? That's what that is. Now Ham's descendants, the forefather of Cush, Egypt, and Put, and of Canaan, whose lands include portions of Africa, the Aboriginal Australians, because they're black like anything too, indigenous people of New Guinea, because they black too like that, right? Okay, have also been tied to Ham. The etymology of his name is uncertain. Some scholars have linked it to the terms connected with divinity, but a divine or semi-divine status for Ham is unlikely. Why? Because he's black? He's bro! But Ham, when you think of Ham, think black Ham, right? Japheth descendants, his name is associated with the mythological Greek titan Lapithos, and his son include Javan, the Greek-speaking cities of Iona, and it forms a pun with the Hebrew root Yefet. May God make room, the Hiphil of the Yaf for Japheth, that he may live in Shem's tents and Canaan may be his slave. Ooh. All right, so the sons of Japheth are Gomer and Magog and Madai and Jamin and Tubal and Meshech and Tiras, while the names of the diocese are Africa proper and Germania and Medea and Macedonia and Bithynia and Mosea and Thrace. Now the sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarmah, while the names of the diocese are Asia, Parthia, and the land of barbarians. All right, so This is kind of, they say Asia is part of what Japan is. So just figured this would be something to learn and know, but we never really delved into it. So the problems with identification, because of the tradition grouping of people based on their alleged descent from the three major biblical progenitors, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, by three Abrahamic religions. In former years, there was an attempt to classify these family groups and to divide humankind into three races called Caucasoid, is an obsolete racial classification of human beings based on a now disproven theory of biological race. The Caucasian race was historically regarded as a biological taxon which, depending on which of the historical race classifications was being used. Okay, so this is where this came. Usually included ancient and modern populations from all or parts of Europe, Western Asia, Central Asia, and North Africa, and the Horn of Africa. First introduced in the 1780s by these guys. And this, of course, those three breeding Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid. Okay, so that's where you started with that. Mongoloid is an obsolete racial grouping of various people indigenous to large parts of Asia, the Americas, and some regions in Europe and Oceania. And once again, such as the Mongolian race, East Asian ethnic group native to Mongolia, Inner Mongolia in China, and Buryata Republic of the Russian Federation. The Mongols are the principal member of the large family of Mongolic peoples. All right, so that's where this was coming out. And good old Negroid. Negroid is an obsolete racial group, once again, indigenous to Africa, south of the area which stretched from southern Sahara Desert in the west to the African Great Lakes of the southwest. It's Negrito, South and Southeast Asia. All right. So once again, school, right? So Negroid, originally named Ethiopian terms, which were introduced in the 1780s by the members of the school. So now it's problematic and people don't say this stuff anymore, right? But that's what it is. And if anything, color terminology for race, right? Such divisions appeared in rabbinical literature and in early modern scholarship, dividing humankind into 4 or 5 categories, right? With color and all that. Early biblical division, world's races, into Semites. So it was a term for ethnic, cultural, or racial group. Terminology is now largely obsolete outside grouping Semitic languages. Hamites, the name of formerly used for Northern African and Horn of Africa peoples in the context of a now outdated model of dividing humanity into different races. All right, developed by these guys in support of colonialism and slavery. And Japhites. In Abrahamic religions is an obsolete historical term for race, 18th century etymology, for people supposedly descended from Japheth, one of the three sons. Yeah. So, they had all these other terms, color terminology for race, and they're figured in rabbinical literature and in early scholarship, right? So, which divided mankind into 5 colored races: Caucasian or white, Mongolian or yellow, Ethiopian or black, American or red, are the inhabitants of Americas before the arrival of European settlers in the 15th century, and ethnic groups who now identify themselves with those people. And Malayan or brown. Malay race was originally proposed by German physician Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, 1752-1840, and classified as a brown race. So these guys make up these names, right? And you'll have, maybe some other philosophies and whatnot. The curse of Ham is basically who we are. It occurs in context of Noah's drunkenness and is provoked by a shameful act perpetrated by Noah's son Ham, who saw the nakedness of his father, right? And Noah cursed Canaan when Ham had sinned and had been debated for over 2,000 years. So this is where, if anybody wants to say we have a plight, there are debates on that. The story's original purpose may have been to justify the subjugation of the Canaanites to the Israelites. So two different groups of black people, let's say. But later in centuries, the narrative was interpreted by some Christians, Muslims, and Jews as an explanation for black skin. Human skin that is rich in melanin pigments, especially melanin, eumelanin, and people with very dark skin are often referred to as black people, although this usage can be ambiguous in some countries. Okay, as well as justification for slavery of black people. So they're telling us that this story was used as justification. Similarly, in the Latter-day Saint movement, used the curse of Ham to prevent the ordination of black men to its priesthood. So they say they disagree now. I don't know, right? And there's a debate, right? Why was he named of God Hashem but not Japheth? What does it mean God will enlarge Japheth, dwell in the tents of Shem? Ham being referred to as the youngest son when makes him the second. So yeah, once again, these books have been written. The thing with the nakedness and the covering while averting their eyes, they say a lot of folks will say take that literally, right? And it was a serious, yeah, because back then it was a serious matter to, look at someone's genitals. So I don't know. The father was drunk though. Ham laughed at his father's shame and did not cover it, but laughed about it and mocked. So I don't know, is that enough to put a whole race of people or whatnot? The same idea was written by rabbis in the Babylonian Talmud, 500 AD, right? So this was kind of the new law that came around. It replaces the word, denoting homosexual relations, who argued that Ham either castrated his father or sodomized him. That's what they're saying. The castration theory has its modern counterpart in suggested parallels found in the castration of Uranus. Didn't even know he was castrated. Was the son and husband of Gaia, the earth, by Cronus. So Cronus did that. Didn't know that either. In Greek mythology, of course. And the Hittite myth of supreme god Anu, whose genitals were bitten off by his rebel son and cupbearer Umardi, who afterward rejoiced and laughed. So, they try to say that a lot of these stories kind of have relation. Ham engaged in intercourse with his mother, Noah's wife. Support for the theory can be found in Leviticus. And the man that lied with his father's wife had uncovered his father's nakedness. Oh. So, yeah, something to look into. And the Y chromosome. This is saying what we got. But it's a lot to read, so you guys can look this up when you're ready, right? To know where you come from. Okay, so why the supposed conflict between science and religion is tragic nonsense. Real quick. This is what's been going on. So now especially what's happened in the last couple of years, people are starting to wonder, how is science like a religion? So this guy here, this gentleman puts up this, an article, Bishop Robert Barron, Word on Fire. And I'm just going to, real quick. First, in a very real sense, the modern physical sciences came from religion. The great founders of science, Kepler, Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Descartes were, without exception, trained in ecclesiastically sponsored schools and universities. That's a fact. It was under the aegis of the church that they took in their physics, their astronomy, and their math. So they learned all of this, right? Namely, that the universe is not God, and that the universe in every nook and cranny is marked by intelligibility. If nature were divine, as indeed it is considered to be in many religion, philosophies, and mysticisms, then it could never be an apt subject for observation, analysis, and experimentation. So right off the bat, this is like the God of things, the things of God, the internet of God, you know. So the science, theology employing an entirely different method deals with God and the things of God. And God is not an object in the world, not a reality circumscribed within the context of nature. As Thomas Aquinas, very well known, put it, God is not an in summum, highest being, but rather an ipsum, esse, the act of being as such, which is to say, God is not a being among beings, but instead the reason why there is an empirically observable universe at all. In this way, he's like the author of a richly complex novel, right? So this was an article coming out because, yeah, I get the feeling this is going to come out more, right? As the years come out, where we're trying to replace religion, because religion is changing. Like it or not, there's so much going on that religion will come and religions will go. Prophets will come and prophets will go, right? This is probably going to be one of the reasons why. But they nevertheless speak the profoundest truths about God, creation, sin and redemption, grace, etc. Both cause and effect of scientism. Sadly, the attenuation of liberal arts in our institutions of higher education rather than appreciating literature, history, philosophy, and religion as conduits of objective truth. Many today relegate these to the arena of subjective feeling, or subjecting them to withering ideological criticism. So this gentleman was making points. You know, at the end of the day, like I was always saying, these folks are gentlemen who studied in the same school, same clique, so by programming, right? In conclusion, I might especially urge Catholic scientists today, researchers, physicians, physicists, astronomers, chemists, etc., to talk to young people about this issue. Tell them why the supposed warfare between religion and science is in fact a delusion, and even more importantly, show them how you have reconciled them in your own life. You cannot simply allow this silly justification for disaffiliation to stand. So it seems that because of all this philosophy going around and everything, right? I mean, this stuff, medicine and everything, and philosophy has been around for well over, let's just say, over the 1,000 years in the contemporary sense. So these great founders, even though they were trained in the system, we can almost say the atheism was part of something that was already there, but established that they wouldn't put religion and science together back then, and politics and religion and science didn't go together. Today, it's all together, and I guess it did start with this. Even though a lot of these people, Galileo, they were, even though a lot of them, they weren't God believers, let's say, in the sense that a lot of them were like, well, I'm genius because of God, maybe. But then again, since I'm so genius, maybe there's no God. Maybe I made myself. So science and religion is what's real, and we're living through that right now. What is scientism, man? Why is it a mistake? Well, scientists and scientism are not the same. You can deeply value the former while rejecting the latter. Scientism is the view that science is the only objective means by which to determine what is true, or is an unwarranted application of science in situations that are not amenable to scientific inquiry. Science is a method for asking questions about the world. Scientism is just one philosophy among many about the relationship between human beings and their experiences.
What is scientism and why is it a mistake? Power your home with Rogers.
So, it's strange to live in a world that depends so deeply on science and yet is full of people who reveal science denialism. Right? So this is an article here, and just a second here. Just let this thing play out. Ask Google to define scientism, and you'll get excessive belief in the power of scientific knowledge and techniques. Boom. All right. So this is where we're living now. Wikipedia calls it the view that science is the best or only objective means by which society can determine normative and epistemological values. Epistemological values. Okay, we got to say it right. We got to, these are not words that I say every day. Epistemological values, and goes on to say that it's an unwarranted application of science in situations considered not amenable to the application of the scientific method. Right? And in the post, this journalist discussed how people like Francis Bacon, just like the other guys we were talking, established methods back in the 16th and 17th centuries that would go on to become formalized as scientific practice. Even with scientific racism, this way of asking nature questions and getting back answers turned out to be powerful beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Right? Let's hear a bit of what they have to say here.
Full of people who revel in science denialism. Over the last 15 years of being a scientist who writes about science in a variety of forums, I have watched as voices that call established science a hoax or a lie rise in prominence. In response, much of my writing has been a strident defense of science, its methods, its value, and its authority in critical issues facing humanity, like climate change and pandemics. But vigorously defending science does not mean defending scientism. Today, I want to highlight the distinction between them and why it is important. What is scientism? Ask Google to define scientism and you will get excessive belief in the power of scientific knowledge and techniques. Wikipedia calls it the view that science is the best or only objective means by which society should determine normative and epistemological values, and goes on.
So that's what we just covered. So pretty much, yeah, it's an article you want to check out. Scientism is the view is the view that science and scientific method are the best, only, or objective means by which people should determine normative and epistemological values. Is oh my gosh, epistemology is the branch of philosophy concerned with knowledge. Epistemologist. I've never had a tongue twister like this in a while, eh? Epistemologist. Epistemologist. There we go. That's how we get it. It's like a what you call electric company. Epistemologist. You got to practice these words. Study the nature, origin, and scope of knowledge. Epistemic justification, the rationality of belief, and various related issues. So it's subfield of philosophy. That's all it means. While the term was originally defined to mean methods and attitudes of typical or attributed to the natural scientists, some religious scholars, and subsequently many others also adopted it as a pejorative with the meaning an exaggerated thrust in the efficiency of the methods of natural science applied to all areas of investigation, as in philosophy, the social science, and the humanities. The term scientism is often used critically, implying an unwanted application of science in situations considered not amenable to application of the scientific method or similar scientific standards. Yeah. So we're all there, right? And Ooh, you know, you got anti-scientism, you got pro-scientism by this guy, right? And who's the other guy? By this guy, right? So it is rhetorical. Which brings us to this. All the science we talk about, I was wondering, especially when it's coming with the whole genetic thing after Moses, you know, like one of the few books I've been looking at. I don't want to get too deep into this, but this Anunnaki, right? And even Jordan Maxwell would talk about these Anunnakis, right? The late Jordan Maxwell now. And okay, so these are groups of deities of ancient Sumerians, right? The first literate civilization of ancient Mesopotamia, and they regarded their divinities as responsible for all matters. Okay, and the Akkadians, a bro. Look, a bro. He looks like a bro. The Akkadian Empire was the first ancient empire of Mesopotamia after the long-lived civilization of Sumer. It was centered in the city of Akkad and its surrounding region. The empire united Akkadian and Sumerian speakers under one rule. Okay. So there are deities in Pantheon, a particular set, yeah. Descendants of An and Ki. So there are a lot of gods in this time, right? Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian. Akkadian texts of the second millennium BC follow similar portrayals of the Anunnaki from Inanna's descent into the netherworld, depicting them as, oh, geez, these Chthonic, from the ancient Greek word, Chthonic, yeah, Chthonic, but it's probably spelled another way. Underworld deities. So, yeah, these guys were around back in the old school of times, even as we would understand before the flood. Hurrians and Hittites. So these guys, for a lot of folks, are conspiracy, and for some folks, it is part of the real part of the Bible that we do hear about, right? That when we read about, especially if you want to go to Genesis, right? There are some theories out there that, and once again, we can't put this to stone and confirm, but these are from the same folks that we were like looking up before, these guys. And hey, you know what? Now, especially like when Jordan Maxwell came around and started talking about the Anunnaki and how the relationship with space and aliens and whatnot and the planet Nibiru, right? A supposed disastrous encounter between Earth and a large planetary object. This is supposed to be coming around soon, right? They call it Planet X. It's something we can't see. But this all has to do with the Anunnaki. Apparently, they come from there, right? And they came around the last time this planet, 500,000 years ago, and constructed a base, operations under a gold mine. So this is part of what they call the conspiracy of it. But the reason why I wanted to hit on this is that, according anyways to this guy, Stitchin, the Anunnaki hybridized, right, through sexual reproduction, their species and Homo erectus via in vitro fertilization in order to create humans as a slave species of minors. The Anunnaki were forced to temporarily leave Earth's surface and orbit the planet when Antarctic glaciers melted, causing the Great Flood, which also destroyed the Anunnaki's base here on Earth. These had to be rebuilt, and an Anunnaki needing more humans to help in this thought mankind agriculture. And they built the pyramids, those big pyramids. They're saying that they're responsible for the. So if you're ever asking if man built it, apparently it was the Anunnaki who were not like men. And all other monumental structures from around the ancient world, and that's probably the whole planet, because if they were that big to make this, they could have probably walked across maybe, what is now Peru or Latin America and make all of that stuff there. The ancient astronaut theories, yeah, we heard of that. That's the right. So yeah, so they're predicting these guys are probably going to come around, and some biblical scholars are bringing the marriage of what that some would say conspiracy, but they're calling it a part of science, right? Right? You get it? The science and the mythology of it, the Church of Science. So this guy, David Icke, he's the one, you've seen him around on YouTube. He's got all this stuff. He's been around like a new age guy, but former footballer and sports broadcaster who got woke. Hey, respect to him, who popularized the reptilian conspiracy theory. He has claimed that the reptilian overlords of his theory are in fact the Anunnaki. And he was clearly influenced by this guy's writings. And in favor of his own new age and conspiratorial agenda, Ike's speculation on the Anunnaki incorporates far-right views on history, posting an Aryan master race descended by blood from the Anunnaki. Well, what if it's the other way around? Because then once again we have to go back to the whole thing with Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Anyway, in his 2001 documentary, cited a cartoon that these folks have been long depicted as lizard-like creatures who are out of control. So it incorporates Dracula, and draconian laws. Isn't it interesting with Draco's code written 7th century BC composition, oral law, right? These three elements apparently linked by superficial linguistic similarity. He formulated his views on the Anunnaki in the 90s. Anyway, so these are some of the recommended readings and research you should do, right? Even in relation to who we are as the Israelites today, right? There is some food for thought because there are so many books. It's not just the Old Testament and the New Testament. You have many books. You have the Dead Sea Scrolls. You got the Book of Mormon. You got a lot of books that tend to have all the same kind of message or the same type of story, right? Same narration. Now, my only thing is, if these Anunnakis existed and they're supposed to come back, and they're among us, how is it that we still are able to go on and do everything normal every day? It's like the ghost, right? Some people say they see ghosts. I would say I was told I was a medium. I'm one of those people. I can have dreams. I can, foresee all that, but I never took it too hard. But I know that's an innate quality. So many people have gifts, innate spiritual gifts. But if you're saying, at least for me, I haven't seen an apparition because my eyes and my reality says that for me, I don't think it exists the way we see it, like on TV when you see a ghost and a shape, or you see things even move and you don't see anything. I don't know. Because for something like that to be so real, in real time, you have to ask what are they doing in real time in my timeline. Just, it's 3:30 and there's a ghost chilling out, or there's a spirit, or there's something, oh, it just happens to be on time at 3:30. That's the time they take the cup. Like, I don't know. So that's me. Meet the people hacking their bodies for better sex. So going back to the whole Anunnaki and the thing, so one theory is, okay, they're the progenitors of the white race. But once again, that's just hearsay. Meanwhile, there are many others who are like Jordan Maxwell. If you go back on his vids, he ain't talking about them like that. He's saying, no, these guys don't even, they probably look more like melanated. Anyway, that's just going on. So when you have that and you're talking about in vitro and all of that, at least we know that's how long it's been going on. A very long time. like before Moses, like you're talking Adam and Eve. Thus, that's why I believe that the whole rib thing, somewhere with God, but maybe some lines were crossed because there were people existing in the planet, or spirits, or call them what you want, angels, who were on this world. That's why God said to Eve, "Hey, don't eat that apple," and because of those folks over there and what you might find out, and that's when the snake comes around. But there were people there, right? Like Lilith and all of that. So, so much for that. But since then, making our bodies and making a better society. Here, for a small, bold subset of grinders, the next sexual revolution may come from supercharging the body, cyber style. So let's move on to this real quick. Finished body modification artist Sampa Van Sidewalk has done it all. He's reshaped clients' upper ears to look like Elvin and split tongues to make them lizard-like. And a few years ago, he brought his modding skills to his wife. After he implanted a small magnet inside Anita, it suddenly was possible for her to get an erotic jolt from the vibrations triggered by the energy of a basic house fan. Starting a car motor also felt good, and the notion of feeling the music in a club took on a new meaning, as, according to Sampa, large speakers produced enough of an electromagnetic field to give Anita sexual pleasure. So, once again, as we're talking about chips and implants, right? This has already been going on for a minute, right? Back in 2018. As far as I know, I was the first who had a clitoris magnetic implant. So that's what she got. Okay? A clit plant, if I can call it like that. No pun intended. Anita 36 is a striking woman down here. She also draws human canvases of tattoos, piercings, and she describes herself as a body modder, alien biomech queen, pain lover, and performer. Okay. Her intense performances match her bold mind, occasionally involving her willingly coming in contact with an electric drill. And he does it with it. So biohacks, because it's cool, he says, talking about the technical sides of things and length. And so this is something that, biohackers, hey, Anunnaki, World War II, nothing's changed, right? 2 years ago, so they call them grinders, who use themselves as laboratories aren't satisfied with making trips through the robot red light district to consort with increasingly realistic sex machines. Yeah, this is a big thing too, right? Okay. Among small group, sex biohacking pioneers who gather on forums like Biohack Me. Rich Lee is immediately recognizable. He's known for his Lovetron 900, a vibrator implanted at the base of his member that is aimed at, well, shaking things up for a partner. Okay. He implanted magnets in the cartilage of his ears that can function as headphones and attempted to put tubes of experimental armor in his lower legs to act as built-in shin guards should a soccer game break out at any moment. All right, so this is what they're all about. So I'm just gonna show a quick clip here about these, where we're going with the dolls, and this is where we are today, though, magneting and so forth. Real quick.
Abyss Creations has been making hyper-realistic sex dolls for 20 years.
Parental guidance recommended. Fair use.
It's now adding robotics and artificial intelligence to help bring those dolls to life, or at least make them closer to the robots we've seen in sci-fi. Abyss wants to create a companion that can talk to you and get to know you. We went to see how these future robot lovers are made.
We are at the Real Doll Factory, obviously, and these are some examples of what we make here. These are the real dolls. I run the media representation as well as the shipping and receiving operations here.
And of course, if we were to really size up, because they say they mold them after real women, but you know what? It's hard to believe because look at that. Look at the height, and so a lot of these dolls are probably created by the imagination, right? Because they have this thing called what do you call it again? The animation, Asian animation. I'm drawing a brain gas right now, right? But that's been I guess what do you call it? A kink for some time, right? So
So how long does it take to design each one of the different dolls? How much work goes into making a different unique doll? So I think the best way to get onto that, we could just head straight down to the production floor and you guys can get an idea of how much work actually goes into making a real doll. So more or less like a regular production line. It starts out all the way on this end of the building. We start with the very core of the body, which is building the skeleton. These are basically the forearms and the hands getting put together for the dolls. We take the skeleton, we place it into our custom-built two-piece molds. We mix our custom silicone mixture up and we pour it in there and let it sit. And basically out comes a real doll. It's the birth of a real doll. I would actually say this is it's only maybe 40% done once it gets to this point.
okay, so we've seen that. So there you are today with the modern day of Anunnaki. Okay, graphite oxide, formerly called graphitic oxide or graphitic acid, is a compound of carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen in variable ratios obtained by treating graphite with strong oxidizers and acids for resolving extra metals. So I just wanted to take a quick today's word or today's study. Graphite oxide has attracted much interest as possible route for large-scale production and manipulation of graphene. That's it right there. Carbon consisting of a single layer of atoms arranged in two-dimensional honeycomb lattice nanostructure. The name is derived from graphite and the suffix "ene," reflecting the fact that the graphite allotrope of carbon contains numerous double, read it to the end, double bonds. Okay, whatever. Graphene, a material with extraordinary electronic properties. Graphite oxide itself is an insulator, almost a semiconductor with differential conductivity between 1 and 5 times 10 to the third s centimeters at bias voltage of 10 volts. So I wanted to take a look into this because I'm understanding in a little research that a lot of this stuff is in stuff that we might have to digest, whether it be in medicine and even waters. Like, say, graphite oxides were studied for desalination, right, of water using reverse osmosis, right, water purification, beginning in the 1960s. In 2011, additional research was released, right? So these guys were big into making, but what does it do? What is it for? Pretty much all the stuff that we see today, including nanomaterial. Graphene oxide is also being explored for its application in hydrogen storage. Hydrogen molecules can be stored among oxygen-based functional groups found throughout the sheet. This hydrogen storage capability can be further manipulated by modulating the interlayer distance between sheets, making changes to the pore sizes. Research in transistor metal decoration on carbon sorbents to enhance hydrogen binding energy has led to experiments with titanium, magnesium anchored to hydroxyl groups, allowing for the binding of multiple hydrogen molecules. So, yeah, something to learn every day. But yeah, that's our word for the day, right? But that's something you want to look out for, because the fact that it's a semiconductor and all of that, I mean, I'm sure like anything we put in our bodies, a little bit of everything can't kill us, but what's the source of actually putting these things in there, right? So there you go, wrapping outside. Now, 2:50 a.m. I know we're having a long one and we're almost done, because actually I see we're just about to the end of, and if we can't get everything in, we'll get it on the next round. So just before we wrap up, there are a few things. Of course, when we're talking about science and technology and the changes of the body, this gentleman here, Yuval Noah Harari, is born in 1976, and he's an Israeli public intellectual, historian, and author, a professor in the development of history at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and he's the author of *Sapiens: A Brief History of Humankind*. Right, it's a series of lectures, and he writes about cognitive revolution occurring roughly 70,000 years ago, when Homo sapiens supplanted the rival Neanderthals and other species of the genus Homo, developed language skills and structured societies, and ascended as apex predators, right? Aided by the agricultural revolution and accelerated by the scientific revolution, which have allowed humans to approach near mastery over their environment. So he's one that will, of course, be looking into the future of how AI and even transhumanism will come into play, right? So he wrote this book, and it was originally published, and it's 20 lectures that he was teaching. So that, always remember, folks, even for all you melanated people out there, if you write a book, even when you're doing a lot of dissertations and papers, you write a book. This is the way to get it going, right? A lot of people, think you're writing a paper, it's just no, you're basically writing a book, so you can even publish it. And this is what he did, right? So the book surveys the entire length of human history from the evolution and up till now, the 21st century, and it's a bestseller. So, but his views and opinions with history and biology has been a little controversial, because for example, he sees an existential threat in an arms race in artificial intelligence and bioengineering, right? And he expressed a need for close cooperation between nations to solve threats like ecological collapse, nuclear war, and technological disruption. So he cares about the animals and so forth, but there is some controversy. Let's look at we did see his early life. He's born in Kiryat Ata, Israel, one of three children, and he taught himself to read at age 3. His father was a state-employed armaments engineer. His mother was an office administrator. Intellectually gifted child, also. From the age of 8, he deferred mandatory military service in the IDF. That's part of the Atuda program, which enables high school students to deter the draft and attend university. but was later exempted from completing his military service due to health issues. And he studied history in the 17th. So he specialized in medieval history, military history from 1993 to 98. So it's been a while. It's been a while. And yeah, he started writing. So I know his name's going to come up more because recently there has been some kind of controversy about his thoughts. I just want to play a little clip here, if I can find it. Ah, fair. So once again, you see, this is how today we're in this mess. So because he can say, and hey, uh, shout out and big up, because we're only hearing the beginning, right? We don't know what future plans they might have. But one thing's for sure is we are being chatted up and told that, hey, you know what? Fascism's okay. We're like people like anybody else. Forget about the bad side of it. Because, hey, you know what? In Africa, they're more violent. Say, if everything that he's saying could be applied to the nation of Israelites, I wonder how everybody would be taking that. Even if there was a bro up there talking like he was talking, because trust me, we got bros who could talk like, you know, sound better than Einstein and Galileo, and they can bust that. Even like Neil Tyson there, the grass there. Uh, Respect to him, but imagine if he went out and started throwing this kind of rap. This is why I have a bit of an issue that the dumbification, the Enginiggering, which is the word in today's topic, of how we can be, how we can take this and be treated. This guy's telling you. Like, who would have ever thought we would be able in this time to hear the love story of fascism? But this is here we are. And meanwhile, you have other people who are surviving. But he's making fair arguments, if you want to say, I mean, this is why there is this kind of conflict that we see in Europe right now. Because one group says, hey, this is how we are, and okay, we're not that bad. We love people that are like us. We are family men, we're working men, right? So everything he's saying, I have to admit, makes sense. He's telling you basically how it's done, right? He's telling you how it's done. In the movie, it's like, okay, a movie. So even in the popular culture of everything, he's telling you how it's done. And despite, like, we were talking about paperclip and all that, right? So that happened. You know, a lot of folks. Okay, so we hear about paperclip, we hear about like the space program. Some of these bros, you even seen on a few televisions. I saw that one of the I call them like fascism uh, fascism friendly shows that I've seen on television or television or on the streaming channels. And there's a scene in this show. It's a show about Nazis and how folks in the contemporary 20th century want to take revenge on the Nazis, right? But one scene, okay, so there's this old, this is the 60s, 70s now. There's disco in 70s, disco music playing, right? And the character who's like an old Nazi at this time, he's got disco music playing, and he's got guests, and of course the guests are uh, victims who lived through the Holocaust, right? So fast forward now, we're in the 70s. These people, they're relatively young, right? Like they would have been probably children when this stuff was going on in the war. So in the show in the 70s, they're like in their mid 20s, right? Early 30s. They didn't even recognize the guy, even though they knew the guy was like, well, for where he came from, they recognized the accent. But in the 70s, it'd been so far away, everybody was thinking, oh, it's all good, you know? And then the guy, like, he's got disco music at this, like, little patio party, right? And anyway, the scene ends where he ends up, like, the woman, it's a couple, right? The woman recognized the woman from who lived through the camps, I gather, as a child. She, here's the guy says something, and anyway, it just brought back that memory. And she's like, oh my God, you're one of them. And the guy shoots him. So, long story short, I just wanted to say that because, once again, even though it's been so long ago and life goes on, and there are good people too in every side, right? We know for a fact that the influence and the good people also influence our music, also, put out the trends, the culture, like I said, the movies. So he was just saying that, right? Now imagine, just imagine at the time when, like he was saying this was going on, and I'm just telling you, I saw that movie where, we were sympathizing for somebody and he's got disco music. That means that they also, since even the space program, they've been involved in music, they've been involved in clothing, as we know, in designs, in art, in everything, right? A lot, I mean, apart from the facts that, involved in medicine, science, legal, law, all of that stuff, civics, right? It also permeates. Thus, when we come back to the time in the 1985 when the 18 plus rules came out and the gangster rap came out and the N word came out, we didn't start that fire, right? But by design, this was already occurring. And even before hip hop, right? Hip hop was just the catalyst of it because of the big companies allowing them to say these words and spit out those angry rhymes, right? And look at it today. Today, kids can't even survive making it to 20 for being a rapper. Kid got out of jail today, got popped. How many? Some crazy, like 70 times. Like, that's madness because we didn't invent that, right? If I was to tell you, I remember, like, I realized, like, when I heard groups like Kraftwerk, that Africa Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force eventually took on and made a remix of Planet Rock, right? These guys, like, even though they were old school, I'm not saying that that's what, what they were or they are, but these guys were like big, big time hardcore German bussing electronic beats. They invented the electronic beats, not African Bambaataa, right? Trans Euro Express. Those bros were doing that for the longest time. And they produced, even though black musicians came out, they produced a lot of the disco, a lot of the house music, a lot of the techno, a lot of the drum and bass, and of course the hip hop. But they give shares to folks who are boulets, and they can make that happen, right? So I'm gonna leave it right there with him, and you can also go on and take a look. It's on. I'll leave some links as you see on my blog page here, and you could take a look for yourself, right? And then feel that out. See, and as we're talking about now, of course, what's happening in Europe, Indians also. I had mentioned also about what's happening with the with our brothers and sisters out there. But take a listen to this.
Is also completely a European nation of white people, I presume, with blonde hair and blue eyes. So this is a battle being fought between two white nations. So making these kind of racist commentaries is quite ridiculous, considering that the two world wars were fought in Europe, not anywhere else in the world. So we have to understand that this racism does not affect us. We have fought and come through racism. We are now only focused on having that humanitarian corridor with the help of the Russians to bring all our nationals back. But in the meantime, if these comments are being made, these comments are being made by desperate people who always thought that all the nasty things in the world, be it poverty, famine, malnutrition, war, conflict, death would only happen in faraway regions, far away from their comfortable Dolce Vita. But that is not happening, and that is an indication also, Mega, that the world border shifting inexorably from the west towards Asia. And because it is shifting from the west to Asia, naturally, those who have got so much nostalgia for the good old days of the empire find it difficult to take it on their chin, as the Brits will say. Well, take it on the chin because the world has changed. And if you don't know that it has changed, well, you're going to have to run really hard to keep up with it. But at the moment, we should focus on bringing our students back, regardless of all the terrible racist abuses and, and torment that they are going through. We have to just hope and pray that we can bring them all back safely. We deal with racism as the next phase after we put them back.
Absolutely, very well said, Ambassador. And Madan Alapad, I'd like to get you into the conversation. And it's true. At this point of time, it's a hostile environment. Our kids at that point of time in Ukraine, they are hunkered down. They are in those underground railway stations. There are reports coming in of them being beaten, being harassed, being discriminated against. Time at this point of time, at this time, it's more important to get yourselves out safe. By hook or by crook, if you have to lie down, yes, you lie down. There are humanitarian corridors. Keep your eyes and ears open. Uh, Face every single kind of racist attacks, fascist attacks on you. But the idea is to get out, and we will not forget this. Obviously, we will not. And it was rightfully mentioned by Ambassador Mukherjee that the world power shift is now moving very, very rapidly towards the Asian nations. The Europeans and the Americans are feeling the heat. And therefore, this protectionist policy, therefore, this humiliation game, therefore, this hypocrisy and this racist and fascist attitude of the locals, because their jobs, their businesses, they're all being engulfed one by one by the smarter Indians, the IITians, the IIMs. I mean, look at the CEOs who are at this point of time ruling at the roost of America, of the multinationals, the big techs, they're all Indians.
So this is what's happening on that level. So it's not just, once again, the brothers and sisters who are in the melanated world, but this is everyone, including Indians, and I'm sure many others that we're not even hearing about. So when it comes to this gentleman, he's bringing up pretty much some argument. Well, I wouldn't say arguments, but points, that might just reflect what's going on in Europe, in Ukraine, and Russia, for all we know, right? Because we don't want to let Russia off the hook, right, with their invasion. However, when you consider what's happening, like even in the rest of the world, once again, today we don't hear anything about what's happening in Somalia and all the other countries, but right, because everything's mum. But when it comes to what's happening elsewhere, priorities and privilege are in full effect. Lawful transphobia stopping Ukraine's trans community from fleeing. So this is another one, right? Members of Ukraine's transgender community are having trouble fleeing Russia's bombardment of the country, activists have told Euronews. They say some are being stopped at the border because gender markers on their passports or identification documents do not match their actual gender. All right? But it's a particular problem for the latter, being the transgender women. But both are facing it, because if you're a transgender man, I gather they're doing, they're doing this. But not only so, if you're hearing this, the first thing you want to know is what happened to the human rights there, right? And if they're doing that with their own people, well, that's where you have to wonder what's happening with anybody who happens to be in that community of color, of religion, what. The situation is very hard because the LGBTQ community was feeling marginalized and discriminated against before the war began, said Igor Medved, a coordinator for HP LGBT. right? Many people say that when they attempted to cross the border police and the border guards are making their decision based on the gender marker in the passport. And we consider this as another example of lawful transphobia, right? Before 2017, members of the trans community had to spend time supervised in a mental institution before they could begin transitioning. So this makes it, yes, it definitely makes the situation worse, right? Because we're hearing that if they cannot go, they're going to have to fight. And what about all those people who are apparently can't leave or have to stay and fight? And once again, does what happens to the people of color and different background? Are they staying to fight or are they under some type of hostage situation? Because I gather those guys have the guns. It's something to think about, right? Because we're hearing, once again, we're only hearing one side of it. Yeah, Russia is sucks and all that business, right? But at the end of the day, can you imagine if the Russians were gonna pull off any of the shit that's happening now from NATO? Can you imagine the Russians like putting a couple of, you know, station missile type places across the states and doing like, can anybody imagine any of these countries doing what the states tried to help do, but failed miserably at? Imagine if other countries went and did that. I get the feeling that's going to happen. I don't know if I don't believe it's going to be a big blowout, right? Nuclear blowout, but I get a feeling there's probably going to be more hot conflict because we have enough young people, right? So this is what's happening there. Here's another one. Why banning men from leaving Ukraine violates their human rights. So this was on the 7th. As Ukraine scrambles to defend themselves from Russia, illegal invasion, men aged 18 to 60 have been banned from leaving the country. The declaration of martial law in Ukraine gives the government power to enact this ban, but it's not in keeping with human rights or humanitarian norms. So some folks will say, well, because it's war, but for the last couple of days, especially, we've been hearing that just the fact that you can't leave, okay, you need a force, you need men, but if you're going to have somebody who took on a whole different time of personality and such, right? As somebody who's trans woman, now to say okay, and I'm hearing they're choking them, like choking to see they have an Adam's apple and check their pants and all that. So will it benefit them really to have that person on the force? I don't know. So when Russia invaded last month, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called on Ukrainian civilians to defend their country. We'll give weapons to anyone who wants to defend the country, be ready to support. But, just like I was saying, along with the people who cannot leave, people of color and whatnot, it's understood that army will not take in any Muslims or people of color. This is because they want their army, blonde and blue-eyed, right? So, hey, they have a right to, but we see what's happening now, right? I just pray the legacy media can be a little bit more open-minded because I really tell you, this is the way they're doing it. It's not working. After we've grown up with a generation and more of seeing wars on television news like it was okay with Walter Cronkite, right? All the way to guerrillas in the Middle East, in Africa, you know what I'm saying? This is not, phasing us more like the past. But hey, if you're a young generation who's never seen this kind of conflict, and yes, this is bigger than most, but it's not the first time we've been threatened with this kind of thing, right? But if you're a man between 18 and 16, a call to arms may seem more like a compulsory requirement. As Ukraine's border guard service explains, the ban on adult men leaving is aimed at guaranteeing Ukraine's defense and the organization of timely mobilization. That being said, let's just hope that they're not, those people who can't leave are not being used as shields, because if Russia's invading or, trying to denazify, as they say, let's hope that they're able to see who they want to denazify. And I know everybody's, you know, there's folks who are kind of even troubled by that word, denazify. You know, like I would always say, the history shows us that folks with that ideology put people in gas chambers and put people in like big ovens and stuff. So I can't say, and we cannot say, and should not get used to saying, well, anybody could be like that. No, it takes a special type of creed and doctrine to pull that off. So Ukraine already has a sizable army with 200,000 active personnel and 300 reservists, 300,000 reservists, as well as paramilitary, all its business, right? But it's pale in comparison to Russia, yeah, because Russia's been around for a minute, right? So some soldiers, some have enlisted in wake. These brand new soldiers have been called conscripts and volunteers. Others have felt compelled to leave. The very nature of conflict puts civilians at risk, right? So what the international law says, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights guarantees freedom of thought, conscience and religion or belief, although it does not specifically guarantee a right to conscientious objection to military service. So much for that. This means if a person's conscious religion or beliefs conflict with an obligation to use lethal force against another people, the right to conscientious objection to military service must be protected. So yeah, but some human rights can be suspended or limited during public emergency. You see, here we go. Public emergency they do. What should Ukraine do? The government of Ukraine should cancel its ban on men leaving the country. I think most people would agree. To maintain it will violate the freedom of conscience of any man who wishes to flee due to a conscientious objection to killing each other. Right? The international context. Ukraine must also consider how its actions reflect on parallel efforts to hold Russia accountable for its illegal aggression and potential violation of human rights. See? So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, as they used to say. So even though we're investigating Russia, everything's everything's Russia, right? Ukraine must remain mindful of the legality of its own practice. The ban on men leaving Ukraine ought to be lifted because it is legally and ethically wrong to force civilians to stay in harm's way when they have the opportunity and desire to escape. Okay? I will not be held prisoner. The trans women turned back at Ukraine's borders. So this is one person here. Judith, a transgender woman trapped in Ukraine. I will try again to cross the border because it's my right to leave and live. Well, yeah, because it's, not everybody, it was there for war, right? A lot of folks, maybe a lot of those soldiers who are, doing what they do now, a lot of them have been, conditioned, as we had seen, right? Not sort of saying brainwashed, but a lot of them were conditioned to a doctrine. As strange hands searched her body and pulled back her hair to check if it was a wig. Judas looked at the faces of Ukrainian border guards and felt fear and despair. Border guards undress you and touch you everywhere. You can see their faces. They're wondering, what are you, like some kind of animal or something? So legally, we already know, right, that this is an issue. Let's look at this picture. No, don't see anybody that I recognize in there. So this is what's happening, right? Ukraine surrogacy industry has put women in impossible positions. When your job is carrying a baby for someone else, you can't leave it behind. So this is what's going on over there. Nothing crystallizes the her body, my baby conundrum of surrogacy quite like a war. Should a surrogate be tucked away somewhere safe to protect the child she's growing for someone else? Or should she be with her own family in her hometown or even out on the streets defending her nation? This and that is a live question in Ukraine right now. Ukraine is an international surrogacy hub, one of the only a hand only one of only a handful of countries in the world that allows foreigners to enter into surrogacy arrangements. That means people from the United States or China or Germany or Australia can go there and hire a local woman to gestate their child. There are conditions. The parents have to be straight and married and have medical reason for needing a surrogate. But surrogates are plentiful, paying them is legal, and establishing legal parenthood for the intended parents is uncomplicated. So you get kind of what that's all about, right? All that surrogacy, it says something. It says there's a lot of folks who are not able to have children, unfortunately, which is something that is kind of, in its own way, there's a phenomenon there. And the fact that, well, you got to go all the way there to make sure you get what you want, right? If you know what I'm saying. How many babies are born in Ukraine through surrogacy is not known, of course, perhaps 2,500 a year. Biotech's.com, one large fertility clinic based in Kiev, confirmed to me that it's expecting some 200 surrogate babies to be born in the next 3 months. So this is what's going on over there, right? Ten million people have fled so far, either displaced inside the country or as refugees above, including the following people that we just mentioned, right? People of color, uh, LGBT people, surrogate mothers, right? So that's a quarter of a population. And like I said, once we've read before that that's a strategy of war, get people depopulate, right? Amir Amir Ali's worried about his friend who refuses to leave Ukraine. The actor says his close friend, Kuldip Kumar, a Ukrainian resident, doesn't want to leave the war-torn country. Mm. He's still there. He's an Indian married to a Ukrainian and has 2 children. The actor goes on to reveal that he had advised Kumar to leave the war-torn nation and even get into a flight because Kumar simply ignored Ali's request. Kuldip says, "This is my country and I can't leave." He's been living in Kiev for 25 years, runs a restaurant and business. Well, that makes sense too, right? That's why it's like, a lot of folks are kind of like completely shocked, surprised, disappointed, stressed, angry that this is happening, right? The guy has a right to want to live there. He's been living there for 25 years, but now, because of what's going on, even he doesn't want to leave, but he's got to stay there in all of that, right? So the Supreme Court gets a taste of its own medicine as we're getting there, folks. 3:28 a.m. Thank you for the extended long hour or a few hours we've been here. Of course, this broadcast will be edited and chopped up. So you have this long version right now, just for all you night bugs out there, night owls. And of course, I'll be chopping up a whole series of them so you'll get more within the right time, and then, of course, in small parcels of episodic clips and commentary. So just before we wrap up, the Supreme Court gets a taste of its own medicine. So this is the big news of the week, right? The Supreme Court judge now, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, this was a very big news. I'm going to read it here. It's a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Ha ha. You see, I said that earlier, right? Last week, on the very day President Biden, or I would say Uncle Joe, announced his nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell issued a statement expressing his earnest concern that Judge Jackson was the favorite choice of far-left dark money groups. So I heard that, they were talking about dark money, I think on Wednesday or Thursday, and I was like, Dark money. Now, I know anything when you start to, especially since you put dark in it, right? Because they always like to make dark a negative thing. Dark money is what, I mean, doesn't sound very kosher, right? Even for McConnell, a 5-time Olympic gold medalist in hypocrisy, this was special. There's perhaps no human being more responsible for the tsunami of unlimited, unregulated, dark money that has corrupted and consumed American politics than Addison Mitch McConnell III. Nobody worked harder to thwart campaign finance limits and to block the disclosure of contributors' names. One Nation, the dark money group McConnell effectively controls, with his former chief of staff at the helm, raised more than 172 million in 2020. So this dark money group I've been hearing about, right? So she's in, and they're saying it's difficult to overstate the extent to which Supreme Court 2010 ruling in Citizens United and subsequent decisions have distorted and corrupted politics. So yeah, there is some distortion because if you look up a bit about what this dark money is, real quick, Investopedia, dark money refers to contributions to political groups that are received from donors whose identities are not disclosed and that are used to influence elections. Dark money can have a significant influence on elections, particularly when used by independent expenditure groups, generally characterized as super PACs, that are legally permitted to receive and spend unlimited amount of contributions. Key takeaway: dark money political contributions have increased over the years. Anonymous political donors contribute dark money to social welfare nonprofits. Shell money campaign contributions to the super PACs may avoid disclosure rules. Congressional Democrats have targeted anonymous political donors and special interest lawsuits. Understanding dark money. Transparency has become a standard for many organizations and endeavors affecting the public, including funding elections for public office. Both federal and state governments have enacted regulatory regimes intended to make elections more open and honest by requiring the disclosure of the identities of contributors to political candidates and parties. Pretty much like what we see, with the whole extra extreme neo right, right? When the source of such political funding is unknown because of disclosure rules do not apply, are avoided through loopholes, that crazy word, loopholes, or are deliberately evaded, the funds from unidentified contributors are characterized as dark money. So, funding vehicles, right? And there's so many other monies, right? Because you have dark money. I'll show you this. You got dark money. You've got soft money. Non-federal money, contributions made outside limits, right? What is super PAC? Super PACs are independent expenditure only political communities that may receive unlimited contribution from individuals, corporation, labor unions, and other political action committees for the purpose of financing independent expenditures and other independent political activity. So you got all this, right? Dark money, dark money. And there's lots of books on it also if you want to read. Yep. Political outcome, source of money is not disclosed, right? So you can look that up, folks. And in conclusion, just so you know, April 22nd, 1864, Congress adds "In God We Trust" to its currency. So that's going to be a little anniversary coming up. It's first printed. And however, Theodore Roosevelt took issue with the model, considering its usage dangerously close to sacrilege. No kidding. Still, it remained for decades. In fact, the omission of the slogan on the 1907 Indian head eagle coin caused public outrage and prompted Congress to pass a bill mandating its inclusion on all coins. In God We Trust appeared on all American currency after 1956. So that's what's happening with what we call, since we're talking about currency, In God We Trust, right? Let's see. Is the official model of the United States and U.S. state of Florida. It was adopted by the U.S. Congress in 1956, replacing E pluribus unum, which had been the de facto model since 1776 of the Great Seal, right? So this was in the 50s. And to show you a quick little clip here about it. But before we go to that, I want to wrap this up. Give us our 11 days. Give us our 11 days, the English calendar, riots of 1752. The 11 days referred to here as the lost 11 days of September 1752 skipped when Britain changed over from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, bringing us into line with most of Europe. All right, so the Gregorian calendar is today's international calendar named after the man who first introduced it in February 1582, Pope Gregory VIII. So there was they had this, had an inbuilt error of 1 day every 128 days due to a miscalculation of the solar year by 11 minutes. This affected the date of Easter, traditionally observed on March 21st, as it began to move further away from the spring equinox with each year. So to get over this problem, the Gregorian calendar was introduced. This is a solar calendar based on 365-day year divided into 12 months. Each month consists of either 30 or 31 days, with 1 month, February, consisting of 28 days. 28 days, a leap year every 4 years adds an extra day to February, making it 29 days long. So this is what happened with what we call the new calendar, right? Because there was the well-known, now historical point when that happened. So January 1st, British Empire accepts Scotland, which had changed New Year's Day, New Year's Day to 1st January 1600, adopts today as the first day of the new year as part of the adoption of the Gregorian calendar, which is completed in September, right? And it was under the Calendar Act. Ooh, I never heard of that. See, we learn something every minute here. The Calendar Act 1750, an act for regulating the commencement of the year and for correcting the calendar now in use. So that's how that happened. So it's always good to know, right? Because when this stuff was going on, you know what? It can probably happen again. And I think this is part of what the Great Reset and all that stuff we've been hearing about. Don't be surprised if time is changing. We might even get back daylight savings time, right? That's gonna lose. So future things to check out. In the year 2029, we're supposed to be on an impact with 9942 Apophis. It's a near-Earth asteroid and potentially hazardous asteroid with a diameter of 370 meters. That's 1,200 feet. That caused a brief period of concern in December 2004, because they thought it was going to come here. But it would hit on April 13th, 2029. April and March, crazy month, eh? Additional observations provided improved predictions that eliminated the possibility of an impact on Earth in 2029. Until 2006, a small probability, however, remained that during its 2029 close encounter with Earth, Apophis would pass through a gravitational keyhole of no more than 800 meters, which would have set up a future impact exactly 7 years later on April 13, 2036. So this is one of those things that they say might come. Well, these are the dates: 2029, 2036, 2051, and 2066, 68. I'll probably be 100 by then. God's spare life. But once again, these are these things, like, was it Nubaru and Planet 9 and all that? Planet X. And they say that's coming soon, right? With the whole, and this is all connected to the Anunnaki situation. So, I don't know. Call me skeptical. I say question everything. Don't believe everything. Don't trust everybody. Don't even trust me, like my mom used to say. You know? Don't even believe me, like my mom used to say. Right? You gotta think for yourself. I'm thinking for myself. This is why I can actually talk the way I'm talking and share this with you. Because once again, this is for you out there, the bro and the sister and the queen and the king out there who just want a little something different, a little bit more normal talk, I guess. Even though I might be a little long-winded, that's just I'm doing it because this is the kind of stuff I like to look at when I'm on checking the tubes, right? I don't mind chilling in bed. I might even play a game on the side or something, and I'll be listening. So this is the kind of show that's out there for you, right? No ebonics, no uh, old, you know, bad stereotypical attitudes. Just a bro talking English here, a Canadian bro, right? But somebody who's been around for a minute, and I can tell you, and I used to talk ebonics, right? Don't get that twisted. When, like I said, when we were teenagers, that stuff, fresh. We used to say fresh and down by law and all of this stuff. And eventually, when we had to get jobs, right? And the first that incarnation of hip hop died, and we had to wear pants because we can dance on the floor. And if you wanted to date a girl and slow dance with her, you can pull that, right? We had to also speak English. You couldn't get a job if you couldn't do that. But that once again, the late '90s, right? Hebrews 13:15. Keep your lives free from the love of money and be content with what you have, because God has said, never I will leave you, never I will forsake you. Dishonest money dwindles away, but whoever gathers money little by little makes it grow. Proverbs 13:11. Timothy 6:9. Those who want to get rich fall into temptation and a trap and into many foolish and harmful desires that plunge people into ruin and destruction. Do not wear yourself out to get rich. Do not trust your own cleverness. Proverbs 23:14. The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it. Proverbs 10:22. Whoever loves money never has enough. Whoever loves wealth is never satisfied with their income. This too is meaningless. Ecclesiastes 5:10. Honor the Lord with your wealth, with the first fruits of all your crops. Proverbs 3:9. Better a little with the fear of the Lord than great wealth with turmoil. Proverbs 15:16. Then he said to them, watch out, be on your guard against all kinds of greed. Life does not consist in abundance of possessions. Luke 12:15. Just see a few others here. Give to everyone if you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. So for those of you coming up with taxes, even me, I'm going to get my taxes done. I try to make sure that I keep on the straight and narrow. Romans 13:17, right? How much better to get wisdom than gold, to get insight rather than silver. Proverbs 16:16. I'm sure a lot of times we feel that, yeah, money would be the case of it. I know I would love to have a million, but we've been saying that ever since we knew what a million was, right? Now at my age, I could say, yeah, knowing that if I had that kind of money, and I had, I think like most of us in our generation, Generation X, we were not really a poor bunch. We were very disenfranchised, disenfranchised like a bad habit, right? Because of the recessions and all of that nonsense. But we still managed to survive, and while we weren't big rich like our boomers contemporaries, and like the millennials today who make crazy sellout money. That's what I would call it, sellout money, right? Where they probably have to pay it back with their lives later in life. It's a whole different thing now, right? Because now we have so many millionaires and so many hundreds of billion, thousands of billionaires now, right? This is all in 20 years after those wars. So yeah, we always managed, but now it is getting a little tougher because we are now disenfranchised. Like myself, of course, when seeing what happened with the big sickness in the last 2 years, right? But our generation also is not the ones where we're like our you know uh, contemporaries who are going to be stuck in the same insurance job for 30 years and then they get put out, right? So there's probably still hope for us. But with that being said, feel free to check me out, of course, on give a little coffee on Patreon, right? You guys can find me. Yeah, every little bit helps. Give me a thumbs up, subscribe. And yes, if you want to send me a little something for a little coffee, I will appreciate it. But it's not my full heart into it. Because once again, how I started this, we did see, I was mentioning that the issue with our community is we're so hungry for money. And then when we get that money and we make millions and we have people who actually can do it, we do shit with it. We do nothing. We buy nice stuff. Yeah, but the rest of the freaking world, the other tribes don't do that. They do, but they not like us. They mafia up, they mob up, and they do their things, right? And we should stop the excuse that, well, it's, the white man can stop us from doing it. You know what? They're waiting for us to do it. Okay, I'm gonna, if it hasn't been said, the revelation is, all right, and just like Deacon Asaph says, our precious white people. And yes, they are precious because, you know what? We can't say we hate every white person because, yeah, racism. But there is a point where we have to realize that there will be an awakening for that tribe too. And it will come from them because they've had it before. It doesn't justify how things are going so backwards now. But at the same time, right, there are a lot of good folks out there who would like to make a difference and help us. We just got to see you guys more. You just got to have to be more brave and come out. Just like the blacks out there who need to be brave and, maybe drop the hop. You know how much that would impact like the world? Yes, I believe the artists have to make money. Nobody wants to take money from nobody's mouth. However, the legacy is not looking good, man. After 30 years of this same bullshit, how, like I could only see God spare life, the future generation say how stupid we were. We came from some smart, fighting for civil rights up until like the 80s, and next thing you know, we're dumbed down like 20 IQ points. His master replied, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." Matthew 25:21. "Keep falsehood and lies far from me. Give me neither poverty nor riches, but give me only my daily bread." Proverbs 38. Right? Because yeah, we are making more money per se than even what blacks could have made, right? Israelite people, people of color, whatever, that's something different. But it looks like the more we make, and especially with the whole hip hop thing, what are you all doing with that money anyway? How good can you live? Meanwhile, our precious Caucasian family, they they're not all perfect, but one thing is they're always on code. They can be bikers, mobsters, politicians. They can be anything. When it comes on time to be on code and take care, that's Ukraine for you. You get it? So much that everything's outranked us, but it won't be so forever. So I'm not in this blog just for the cash. Obviously, I'm talking my brains out here and going through all of this stuff. But yeah, every little bit helps, right? And because right now we're at a time time is ticking and we don't have much time to continue negativity, division, all the stuff that I'm sure anybody who was a Klan member or full-fledged like Nazi right-wing, fascist, they're loving this. They're like, those people will never get it together because look at them. They're half naked here. They can't take care of their women. Their men are all like, they can't even speak properly. They can't dress properly. And this is only in 30, 40 fucking years. Pardon my English. So once again, before we wrap this up, this is why I cover a little, some word. I share a little word at the end of this broadcast, or these broadcasts, because it's to show you how everything is related, right? And you can't get anything else without it. So yeah, the family is important. Cast but at a glance riches, and they are gone, for they will surely sprout wings and fly off to the sky like an eagle. Good name is more desirable than riches, To be esteemed is better than silver or gold. For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Some people eager for money have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs. Timothy 6:10. Right? Pay your taxes. Ill-gotten treasures have no lasting value, but righteousness delivers from death. Proverbs 10:12. So Proverbs, I always like reading Proverbs because it's like the last real parts of the Bible, right? And after digesting, if you ever do digest the full Bible and a lot of the books, Proverbs is just like I'd like to say a nice recap into everything in Proverbs, right? The wealth of the rich is their fortified city. They imagine it a wall too high to scale. We've heard this before, right? Proverbs 18:11. So the big takeaway for the love of money is a root of all kinds of evil. Some people eager for money have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs. So money can't buy you health. Money can't, like Bob Marley said, money can't buy you love. Well, I don't think it was like with the Beatles song, but there is a saying, right? Can't buy me love. Well, money can't buy you love. So be generous, I guess. And those of you who are millionaires and whatnot, I know we all say that if I was a millionaire, I wouldn't do this or no, I wouldn't do that. But you know what? Once again, if you mature and grow up in it, that could be the case. Well, I mean, if you're immature in it, right? But if you do get mature, you see a lot of young people who invest in stocks. You see, these are things that we don't learn. At least I didn't learn it. I learned it like in the last 5 years. I started investing. You could even I didn't know you could invest not a lot of money. Sometimes you just have to put $10 in something, right? Because there are stocks that start like that, and then you hold on to it for long term, right? Instead of worrying about the trend and, like I said, what people who have nothing to do with us, don't like us, tell us to be, how to dress, how to talk, what music to listen to, what television show, what movie, right? And they're the ones writing it and making it, not us. Keep your lives free from the love of money and be content with what you have because God has said, never will I leave you, never will I forsake you. Yeah. So other stories to read. I just took a look at this Lewiston Tribune. After 2 years of COVID-19, the truth has emerged. Richard Eggleston. So this guy has some thoughts on moral principles. True science is a process for finding truth guided by the highest moral principles. Even if initially accepted, there was the realization that new facts could change the answer. However, science isn't always appropriately self-correcting. Observe how long the eugenics movements lasted in the early 1900s with the approval of what was then mainline science. Many scientists have vested these interests in a certain outcome philosophically or maintaining grants, in other words, money. And it's still going on, right? So this article, I won't get into reading it because it probably will put up a flag and, the whole COVID thing, as much as now it's no longer the news, it's not over, right? It's just not. Don't even think for a minute. If anything, this is just one of those things we're probably going to come back to in next winter. I mean, I don't wish that, not would, but you know what? The way things are going and what's being revealed that was supposed to be revealed 50 years ago, it's coming out more now. So look out for that stuff. And this war thing, well, that too might simmer off in the like on the first of a month. Maybe not this month, but boom, and then it's something else. Maybe we'll be going back to that. So, with that being said, it's definitely uh, you know something to look at. The CDC has finally revealed that it has withheld scientific fraud for more than a year. Statistics of people aged 19 to 49 on side effects, mortality, and breakthrough infections for review and evaluation by outside scientific groups. See, so we were talking about the whole science, religion, and this is what it's about. Other people who can actually confront that or maybe even debate. That's what science is. This skewed the results beyond accurate interpretation, right? And somebody said, if you question my statements, you are against science because I represent science. So this guy has something to talk about, the policymakers and the cult of scientism masquerading as true science, right? So because it exists, we have to start asking. All right, so this is something you might want to take a look at. It's in the Lewiston Tribune. I will put the link up in my post. And yeah, as we're wrapping up on now 3:56 a.m., almost 4, we did a record show tonight. I'd just like to say thank you very much for joining in on tonight's topic being Uncle Tom Boulé and Predators, Enginiggering, MK Babies, and Dark Coin. Dark Coin, of course, right? That dark money. I hope you got a little something out of it. And if you have any questions, I haven't gotten into rolling what we call the chat yet. At the same time, there's a few things I have to figure out. But in the meantime, I'm just going to do this incognito and just share the information the best way I can. So thank you very much once again for tuning in. And, we'll do the 11:11 maybe on Saturday. Once again, I'm trying to figure out the schedule. I know so far the Thursday night seems to be okay. And once again, it's all about just getting the information out there. So thank you once again for joining tonight. And I'll just leave you with a couple of these clips, The Money and Jordan Peterson.
There are a lot of controversies surrounding American currency, like whose image should appear on it. Are there hidden messages embedded within them? And of course, the inclusion of these 4 words. In God We Trust has been on some form of American currency since 1864. U.S. coins started featuring the phrase in response to increased religious sentiment during the horrors of the Civil War. During that time, letters poured into the Treasury Secretary's office trying to draw attention to the importance of recognizing God on the currency. War was also responsible for the phrase appearing on paper money nearly a century later, but this time it wasn't meant to help calm a panicked nation. Instead, it was used as a symbolic weapon against the threat of communism. The Cold War was a time of tense rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, where many in the U.S. felt that democracy was threatened by communism, leading to the Red Scare.
Most thinking Americans now recognize the fact that our country is at war.
It was a time where communism and communists were enemy number 1, and everything they believed in was inherently un-American. And one big thing the communists didn't believe in: religion.
As a creature not of God, but of the state.
So, in retaliation to Soviet godlessness, Washington, D.C. became a new beacon of religiousness. A prayer room was installed in the Capitol building, newly baptized President Eisenhower began attending the prayer breakfast, and the words "Under God" were added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954 after a joint resolution was passed by Congress. And then, in 1956, the official motto of the United States was changed from E pluribus unum, meaning out of many, one, E pluribus unum, meaning out of many, one, to In God We Trust. And that motto was legally obliged to be on all money, both coin and paper. They were grand gestures to separate the United States from the Soviet Union. In fact, Florida Representative Charles Bennett, who introduced the legislation that put In God We Trust on all American currency, gave a speech on the House floor saying, "In these days when imperialistic and materialistic communism seeks to attack and destroy freedom, we should continually look for ways to strengthen the foundation of our freedom. So when you reach in your pocket and pull out that U.S. bill, remember that In God We Trust is on there as a constant reminder that America is not the Cold War era, atheist, communist Soviet Union."
So there you go, folks. That's money for you. Heavenly Father, I'm going to now 4 a.m. 2022, March 25th. It's now Friday. Thank you very much for tuning in. Heavenly Father, I want to pray for all the people out there who had tuned in and those of you who are, giving a thumbs up, sending some change for coffee. I pray also that our leaders make the right decision and find their heart, right? Find their heart through you, whether they be that clone or that reptile or that Anunnaki or any of the things that we've covered tonight. I pray that they find some peace and make a right decision, because at the end of the day, nobody wants war, nobody wants to starve, nobody wants to be beaten up because of where they come from, right? So in Yeshua's name, I pray, protect the children out there and keep this world safe. Shalom. Shalom. Amen.
Hello, I'm Jordan Maxwell, and I'd like to welcome you to my newest website called JordanMaxwellVideos.com. It's on this new website, JordanMaxwellVideos.com, that I will be marketing all of my newest videos and products. And speaking of videos, I have two new videos. The first one is called Cosmocrats. Cosmocrats is simply the two Greek words, cosmo, which is in Greek world, and krats in Greek is rulers. So cosmocrats is world rulers. And so this video I have produced is dealing with all of the hidden people behind the world scene who are manipulating politics and guiding the chaos to which the whole world is now involved. So the video is dealing with the world rulers, the people who are ruling us from behind the scenes. Again, it's called Cosmocrats, world rulers. It is these world rulers that John Kennedy tried to warn us about, and so many other people have warned us about, but it's about time that we actually look and see who they are and how this world is being manipulated right now, because we are in very dangerous, fascinatingly interesting times, and it's about time that the people know who's behind the scenes and doing to us what they have been doing. The second video, which is a mate to the first one, is called Revealing an Ancient Mystery. Revealing Ancient Mysteries. And in this video, I'm talking about a very ancient symbol that has been used for thousands and thousands of years by governments, by people, by organizations throughout the world, especially theologies, religions, cults. It's the same symbol, and it means the same thing for thousands of years. But most people have never heard of this symbol, have no idea what it means. And so it's a mate to the Cosmocrats. It's about the symbol which is used by the world rulers who are guiding us and our destiny through the chaos which they're creating. So you might want to get both, Cosmocrats and Revealing an Ancient Mysteries. And please check out the links above for my other websites, and thank you.
Careful out there. That arm is unstable. Not sure how long it's going to hold. Warning light everywhere. Abort! We've lost time.